Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, y'all. Happy Winning Wednesday. Man, it's going to be a great day. I don't even know. I'm looking over. I don't see James, y'all. What is going on? Hey, Taylor. Good morning, Taylor. Hey, Cam. Good morning, good morning. Hey, Lamar. Good morning, good morning. Hey, Amaya. Good morning. Good morning. And Amaya, I got you on the journalism program. Don't even worry about it. I got you. There she go. Good morning, Q. I was sending them dogs out for you, man. Where was you at? We ain't seen you all week. You all hardcore. What is going on, man? It's crazy. And hardcore be on eggs. Like, how she not gonna be here? She be on eggs. What's up? Hey, Ari. Good morning. Good morning. Ari, we received so much positive feedback from your session yesterday, and a lot of kids who didn't get a chance to see it, um, like for real live, they went back and actually watched it, which I thought was great. And I had people send me messages specifically saying that like y'all part was like the best part of yesterday. So like congratulations on having an amazing session. Like you really blessed a lot of people. Um, baby girl Chanel, good morning. How you doing, baby girl? King Core, good morning, Corey. I see you being a little consistent. What this like your second day in a row now? Okay, keep that up. Hardcore, what's up, baby? Man, we was sending them dogs out for y'all. Where y'all been at? Ain't seen y'all all week. What is going on, man? How you feeling today? Our friends at Hip Hop Public Health, they had sent me the information for the Wash Your Hands Dance Challenge that just dropped today. So I had tagged you hardcore because you like one of the best dancers that we got. I had tagged you, Stinker, and that bluffing Richard too. But yeah, I'm real interested in that to see how that go down. Like that's gonna be big. So hopefully y'all get a chance to do that. Where is Miss Simone? Because I gotta tell her how somebody tried to finesse me, y'all. Where's Miss Simone? I gotta tell her, y'all. Tried to finesse in a big way. Get over. Tried to get all the way over. But yo, it's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Where is she at though? Yeah, Taylor. Yeah, of course, of course, of course, of course. Man, hopefully y'all stay on for the guest speaker today, Mr. William. Yo, I knew he was amazing. I knew that he was great, but like, yo, man, it's so much even more than like what I even realized like from the surface. So like I feel like y'all really, really, really gonna appreciate him and appreciate his story. Like it's so, so, so powerful. We got him coming on at 11. So that's just gonna be amazing. Like that might be in top competition for one of my favorite guest speakers thus far. Like I'm putting it out there right now. Hey, Marcus Allen, good morning, good morning, good morning. Shout out to Marcus Allen for being my living classrooms leader, man. He making sure they get their stuff straight. Miss Simone,
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
good morning. How you doing?
I'm okay. I'm a little frazzled this morning, but it's all right.
Man, you know what? I see you got the
I had
so
to.
that means you straight. So that means you straight.
Thank you, Miss John. I didn't expose myself and my secrets. Whenever y'all see the hoop sign, it's because
Then that mean you about to be that big.
a little all day, every day. Period.
Yo, I was like, where's Miss Simone? Because I gotta tell you how somebody tried to play me yesterday.
I don't want to hear that, Miss John. I got the hoops on. I'm feeling spicy. Who do we need to cut?
But yo, it's real. Hey, Austin, good morning. Way to keep yourself accountable, y'all. And congratulations, Austin. He's going to be a part of the journalism project. So kudos to him.
Oh,
But
congratulations.
But Miss Simone,
Talk to me. Talk to me.
yo,
Miss Johnny,
so
you don't like
you
me.
know my Focus Fridays, right? We've been more
Yeah.
so transitioning to doing like fun stuff. And that's only because we be working so hard during the week that I'm like, all right, on Fridays, we gotta do something a little fun. So we've been doing something a little fun, right? So
Yeah.
we've been doing like these rap challenges. So I've been meeting some of these new rappers, right? So
Right.
this new rap, and y'all can start screen recording if y'all want, because I don't care if y'all send it to them. Matter of fact, I want you to send it to them. But
Uh-oh.
this new little rapper, his name's Skinny. And Skinny, if you on here, you better speak up before I drag you too hard. But his name's Skinny.
Uh,
So talented. When I tell you the man got talent, the boy got talent. So
yeah.
he been showing up, and we just kind of been, talking a little bit just on like the rap tip, nothing further or whatever. Because I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to push success on everybody because it ain't for everybody. But this man, Miss Simone, hopped in my inbox with a whole 4-page letter about how, I'm tired of struggling. I want to do better for myself. I'm ready for, like a serious come up. I really want to work on me. I want to get this, that. Told me some, personal things that's going on, whatever. And I'm like, all right, cool. Number one, we're not a handout service. Number two, though, if you're really ready, we can absolutely help you get on your feet. So that way you can really start taking your life serious, start taking your music serious, be in a better situation. I
Yeah.
told this man I asked him to do one thing, Miss Simone, one thing, show up to the success sessions. Like that right there, that's
Yeah.
foundational. That's how we can start working with you. This man promised me he want to do it, right? But
Yeah.
asked me if I could give him a couple of dollars for
Uh-huh.
some. Of course, I don't mind. I'm gonna give you a couple of dollars. I say, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and give you this couple of dollars before you even prove yourself, just as my way of showing that I'm investing in you and that I'm trusting you to do the right thing. You think that ninja showed up?
Not.
And then after he didn't show up, I hit him up and say, yo, what happened to you? I thought you was ready to change your life. He read my message and didn't even respond.
Mm-mm.
Yo, whole time you thinking you finessed me out of a couple of dollars, but you really finessed yourself out of somebody that could have helped you upgrade your whole life. Like, yo, for real, Skinny, if you ever hear this, yo, that was dead wrong what you did. And that's not what you do to good people that's trying to help you, like taking advantage. Then you want to know why you stuck in that hole and why you stuck in that situation, because this is what you're doing. Highly disappointed, yo. Highly
And the
disappointed. Oh, you can still jump on my live and rap, but you done got your last thing from me, buddy.
oh, skinny, skinny, skinny. Oh, you
Yo,
messed up,
skinny
baby.
pockets gonna be skinny forever.
Yeah, that is a shame. And skinny, like it's well, like Miss Johnny said, you're not hurting anybody but yourself.
Nobody.
You'll be in the same spot in the same situation, y'all. Communication goes a long way. Something's happening, so you have got to communicate to people that are investing in you, that want to see. You had all that time to write a whole full page letter about why you're in the same situation you've been in for the past how many years, but you couldn't send a simple text or a simple something to let someone know where you are and why you're not where you say you're going to be when you promised them. Unacceptable.
Yo,
Want more for
yo.
yourself.
And right. And what he don't know was I was gonna bless him like in front of everybody, you know what I'm saying, with even more than what I gave him anyway, just because I really felt as though he was being for real. And I guess that's, just me being naive, thinking that, people really want to do better for themselves. But I was gonna bless that man, like for real, for real.
Yeah.
And then gonna read my message and don't even respond. Don't respond now, yo. If you read this, yo, just go ahead and delete it.
It's Joni. It's Joni. Don't be like Joni. Don't do that.
I can't miss Simone because, like, yo, don't take advantage of my kindness and don't think that my kindness is a weakness. And I'm not gonna ever ask nobody to pay me back. If I gave it to you, I gave it to you. But it's the principle. You were supposed to do something in return. So that right there let me know all you want is a handout. You don't want to really be in position to help yourself. You just want people to just keep putting something in your hand. And I'm not really with that type of mindset.
Yeah, it's a dangerous mindset to be in. It's not healthy. And Skinny, I hope you really do watch this because this is the time to redeem yourself, okay? Because you are in the hole right now. It's really bad. But there's always a comeback, but it's going to make you, you're going to have to work even harder. Like you were in a good position right now. It doesn't mean you can't get there, but boy, if you didn't feel like working before, you're going to have to work now. So,
Exactly. And don't come to me. You can come to Miss Simone. I ain't got no rep, yo. I ain't got no rep. I let it slide a little bit when they was hating on my winner that I chose for Focus Friday.
yeah. Oh, so they were
Yeah.
already showing
Oh,
signs.
yeah. I had a couple people jump in my inbox, like how homeboy went. I'm like, first of all, when you putting up some money, then you can ask how somebody winning. Like, yo, this ain't money nobody giving me. This is money coming out of my pocket that I earned myself. And
Indeed.
I listened to all those raps. I went back and listened to everything. And I picked the one that I thought was the best in terms of just skill, story that makes sense, and sticking to the theme. And
Yeah.
some people was just hating. I'm like, it's not to say nobody else like didn't do good. A lot of people did good. Hardcore killed it. Maddie killed it. Tay Mans killed it. Even Skinny killed it. All of them killed it. But I'm just like, if I had to pick just one person, I picked my one person. Why
Yeah.
y'all mad when it's my money?
I was gonna say
It's like, yo, and it ain't like you ain't getting nothing the week before. Like, come on now. Now y'all
yeah.
just being greedy. Y'all gonna make somebody not even want to do it. I'm gonna give it to somebody that ain't even rapping. I'm gonna just give it to Wavy King. Like, hey, yo, get my edges right. Forget y'all rappers.
Don't even cut it out.
Yo, I'm for real. Yeah, and Haku right. She said, just take it as a blessing. He revealed his true colors early. Absolutely.
Yeah. But
And
I know
it's
that
sad, yo, because when you a kid, yo.
yeah. And that hurt y'all treat people how you want to be treated. Stop trying to finesse. It's not cute. It's not. It's
It's
not. It's
not.
not. It's not. And life is too short to be just you don't need bad energy around your name, around your just stop it right now.
Exactly. Right? And I ain't the one to finesse, yo. Because I'm going to hurt you worse than making you pay me back. Paying me back ain't nothing. Shit.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
ain't
Miss
nothing.
Tony.
All right. All right.
Do we need to say a prayer because it's getting flesh?
Yes, I need all the prayers. I need all the prayers.
I know. But
You
I'm
know,
not
I'm a
even
nice person, but I'm still a Scorpio.
that's
I will
fair.
patiently wait. I will patiently wait. Oh, and you better not never need nothing. I don't care. You hungry? You want a corner? Which corner? But drive past. Make sure you on there just to say hi. Like, nah.
With the little princess wave.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do the lean back? Like I can see, not even really say nothing. But you know, Miss, like you see, I know I'm gonna apologize on behalf of because I know that hurts you. I know how much
No,
you
Miss
care
Simone,
about.
it ain't your fault. It ain't your fault. No, I
Yes,
can't even take your apology for him. It ain't your fault.
you should because people are always gonna do that, do crazy stuff. And I feel like people like everyone always wants to say people go through stuff. We all go through the same things. So why are you treating people like that? You want someone to have empathy for you, but where are you showing up and having empathy for someone else? And see, that's when
Exactly.
revenge creeps in. And then that's when all this other stuff happens. And the thing is, y'all,
Exactly.
like, I'm sorry. Some people, even though if you weren't raised the best way, quote unquote, whatever is best, there's different. As human beings, we have an internal thing that tells us what's right and wrong. And when you feel bad about something, it's because you were wrong. Okay. Stop trying to act. There's no excuse. Good enough from what's right and wrong. The only time I would say is if you're like a 1-year-old. And then after that, there's no,
Exactly.
when people give you a crazy, So yeah, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I'm gonna keep it praying. But let's pour into our babies who are here who do want it.
Yeah, of course, of course, of course. Yeah, that's what we here for. That's what we here for. Lamar said, I'm confused about the Wavy King name, but I'll take it. It's tough. Hey, y'all not be messing everybody's name up, yo. We know it's the wavy way.
We
But
already
look,
know.
look, you gotta be the king of the waves, man. The wavy king.
You just think about Lamar, y'all. Y'all know what we mean. I because my dad does that. He cannot get anybody's name right. It'll be Lauren. He's like Larissa. I'm like, no. A simple name like Nia. He'll be calling the girl Mia. I'm like, just stop. It's okay.
Yo, no, my mother do the same thing. She call us all everybody else names.
It's so funny. That's
And
how
the
you.
grandkids, they don't have a chance.
That's how you know you're getting wise, y'all. That's what that means.
Yes.
Wise. All right, y'all. So
Oh
today
yeah.
we are going to talk about my favorite, not favorite thing, which is time management. Okay, it's the key to really being effective and what you want out of life and who you're going to be and how you walk through this earth. So we're going to talk about it. Oh crap. First, I wanted to ask you guys before I showed the definition, what comes to you guys' mind when you think of time management? Just anything. And even if it's just, or even what feelings come to your body when you think about time management? Do you get excited? Do you get sad? Tell me all the stuff in the comments. And Ms. Joni, what comes to mind when you think of time management?
Oh man, when I think of time management, I used to think about like literally like managing everything that I had to do within the day. Now with the place that I'm at now, like within my life, I look at time management more so as like the only thing that I kind of have control over in determining what will help me produce success or produce results.
Ding, 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 ding. Yes. And I agree. I think before, and it's kind of like the same with budgeting too and time management. You always feel like it's like restriction, right? And especially with like management, it just feels like I'm put in a box and I'm gonna just be this robot person. But then I had to realize it's like, no, Simone, like you said, Miss Joni, this is the one thing you do have control over. And time is really one of the it's the most limited resource. Like we all have a limited amount of time. You can't buy time back. So once I got that concept in my head, I was like, oh, I better be on my time management because this is the only thing I have control over. And it's the only thing that I won't get back. So we got to flip the script and we got to have a new focus and like reframing of what time management is so that I can really be the best that I want to be. So are there any comments before I go to the definition?
Yes, Maya said a healthy balance of each duty you have to take care of in your life over a timely manner for yourself.
That's
And
good.
Hardcore said the way you balance your time, I get nervous. And Amaya also said it stresses me out for real because it's hard to balance so many things at once, but it's key to be efficient.
Yes, yes, y'all got it. And I can empathize too. It definitely gets stressed, but it's once you get a handle on it, I hope today we can shift our mindset of thinking as time management as empowering, right? Like, y'all, we are bosses of our own lives. So don't think of it as like something that's trying to take over you. You're taking over your time, right? And you're going to plan. And the more you do it, the easier it gets and the more efficient you will be. And it'll become just like anything else, how like you plan your outfits or how you plan, when you're gonna hang out with your friends. It's all the kind of stuff like let me stop because I'm telling y'all the slides before, but you're already kind of time managing and you don't even know it. It's just, are you time managing effectively or ineffectively? So the straight up just definition of time management is the process of planning and exercising conscious control of time spent on specific activities, especially to increase effectiveness, efficiency, and productivity. So I like bolded some of the main words. It's just the process of planning. Like I said, y'all plan every day. You plan, maybe you didn't plan what you were going to wear today. And if you didn't, it could have stressed you out, right? So that's probably one of the reasons why you should do some time in. Like people think planning stresses you out, but when you don't plan and you procrastinate, it actually stresses you out more. So it's okay to go ahead and plan what you want to wear, plan what you want to do. And then if you have to make adjustments during the day, then that's better than just not planning at all, letting life take you over. And then now you're frazzled, stressed, procrastinated, and feeling like, I just don't even want to do anything today because you didn't put a handle on it. You let it handle you. So it's okay to process and plan out your stuff. And then it's like conscious control of your time spent, like we said in the last side, like empower. Think about it as you have control of your time. You are the boss of your life and your journey. And then the whole reason why you do that is so you can increase effectiveness, efficiency, and productivity back to you. So time management is really self-care. It really helps you to be the best you that you want to be. You know you want that for yourself. So just go ahead and do it and make a plan and a schedule. So the next questions are, what are some things that prevent you from being effective with your time? So I'll go first. I know sometimes like just distractions kind of prevent me, like things come up and I'm like, whoa, 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 this was not on my plan, my schedule. Um, Sometimes feeling like, kind of like I told you guys before, like if I plan everything, then I'm not going to have any time for just like freedom and just being free. Um, and then I am an empathetic person, so I really do like talking to people and like share, but sometimes that prevents me from doing stuff that I know I need to do. So that's kind of for me. What about you, Miss Joni?
Yeah. Oh man. So for me, I would definitely say the demands on my time from other people,
Yeah.
and like being able to handle like like some of the things that are like high on their priority list, but like a little lower on my priority list. And because I have so many projects and so many, different things to do, like that is definitely something. But Lamar put in the comments, he put it's hard to balance everything. I just try to knock everything out and get it out the way. And Cam said that it's like a habit.
Yeah.
And that kind of reminded me of a book that I had read too by Chris Bailey, and it was called the something project. I gotta remember, but it was basically around this kind of stuff,
Yeah.
the productivity project. And it was around this kind of stuff where he did like all these different tests to figure out like when he was most productive and what was some of the like best strategies and stuff for being able to manage your time and manage your productivity and manage what you wanted to get done in the day. So that way each day was kind of like a day where you can look back and say, I got done what I needed to get done, maybe not at a specific time, but it got done sometime during that day.
Absolutely. Oh, thank you, Miss Joni. It's called Productivity Project.
Yep, it's called the Productivity Project. And that book actually helped me figure out what my optimum time was too, because it was a study that he did where he just let his body fall asleep whenever it felt sleepy and wake up whenever he felt like waking up. And that helped him to determine his most productive hours. So I had did that. I had did that same thing. And I found out that like my most productive hours are between like 10 and 3. Like that's when I'm like at my absolute best. And anything outside of that, maybe not so. But that was an interesting thing to kind of go through and just see what's natural for your body, because then it helps you to put it into perspective. Like, all right, if I'm working at 8 o'clock at night, then I'm really forcing my body to do something that's against its nature.
Yeah. Oh, this is really good, Miss Joni, because I feel like a lot of the times, like, it kind of goes back to this self-care, y'all, and really knowing yourself and not like, don't take that process for granted, because when you can figure out more of yourself and what you need, then you can shape your life around that. And then you can find other people that are similar. Because I feel like a lot of the times you have to do life with people and you get stressed because you feel like you said, Miss Joni, how do my priorities and my time fit in with and not it just doesn't really happen. And sometimes you do have to push yourself, but make sure it's for people who you daggone sure want to push yourself for, not just for any and everybody. And so quarantine is the perfect time to really get to know yourself and never take that self stuff for granted. So if you need to spend maybe a week trying to figure out when is your best productivity time, and do that, and figure out, what are some things and some goals you want to do. Like, that's effective use of your time. And some people might say it's selfish, but at the long run, it will be better for you. And when you're your better you can project that out into the world, and you can be like that for people. And that's how you find your team, and you can adjust and kind of make your schedule. So really leaning into that self-care, knowing who you are, knowing your process, so that you can be guided by that and not by all these other things in the world or other people, I feel like is really key. So thank you guys
Yeah.
for sharing. And like I said before, you guys are probably already are doing time management or allowing other people to time manage for you. So I just wanted to show some examples of time management that are good and some things that are bad. So like when you make your schedule, like you're already kind of doing the first kind of step of managing your time. And I know it's like very repetitive. We beat the head on the horse, but y'all, making it just so good. Like, stop making, if you don't have a schedule, that's like you're kind of being a bum. And a schedule doesn't, I mean, the more effective you can get with your schedule, the better, but at least have a time you're waking up, like what you're going to do for the day, and probably a time where you need to go to sleep. Like, have a cutoff time. Don't just be up all hours of the night. And I know this is not popular, because I was getting on my little sister the other day too. She's a senior in high school, and I'm like, you are too grown to just be staying up all night and getting up whenever you want to. And I'm sorry to put her on blast. I love her to death, but I used to do that too. It's just not cute. You cannot just sleep your life away and just stay up when you know you have stuff to do. Like, it's just not cute, unless you're going to be a person who stays up all night and then you're doing work and doing something efficient, and then you can sleep and get back up. But you got to, like, you have to set some boundaries for yourself, because you have to sleep, you have to eat, you have to get up. And like I said, if you don't get a handle on it now, you will be more stressed later. It's counterintuitive, and you have to switch your brain. You think that fulfilling this immediate need right now and being happy and all in the moment, staying up, watching your favorite show, talking to a friend, doing whatever, it feels good in the moment. And then you wake up the next day stressed because you know you're not doing what you're supposed to do. So stop. Start off small. At least have a standard time you're going to get up, a standard time you're going to do whatever you feel like you need to do during the day, and a time you're going to go to sleep. And that's a good start. And then we can get a little hit up Cam for the in between, because Cam be on it with the schedule. But at least start there. Okay, like some people want to plan trips and stuff like that. Like, just how you get excited when you plan your vacations, get excited about planning your schedule, because you can be intentional and put in things that you know bring you joy. Don't think of it as like, I'm only going to plan when I'm going to like do work. Plan all the things in between. When you go to school and the bell rings, they're putting time management on you. So they're creating your schedule, okay? Like, that's just how the world works. Like you said, either you're making your schedule or someone's making it for you. So, but see how like making a schedule is effective. Like, if there was just no schedule for school, everyone would be all over the place. Like, you need some kind of order, some structure in your life. As human beings, we need to make sense of things. So when you don't make sense of things and it's just all open and around, it like can cause chaos. And then just like how you plan to spend time with your friends, like you can add that into your schedule. And it doesn't have to be like, okay, at 5 o'clock, but you know, like I did this stuff during the day. So from 5 to 10 o'clock, it's open range. And so you don't feel as like closed in, but like you just know that like these are good hours for me to be out and about, and like enjoying myself. So we kind of already talked about this, things that prevent us from achieving effective time management, just having no kind of schedule, just letting life just happen to you, letting distractions get in the way, feeling like I only live once, so I'm just going to go out here and just do whatever, because if I have a schedule, I'm going to be too like strict and too robotic, and I want to live a happy free life, when really you might not. You're distressed and letting life happen to you. No goals, no priorities, and then procrastination. So how can you be more effective and efficient with your time? So this is again kind of repetitive, but it's so key. So I'm gonna keep saying it so you get it. When you're sleeping, when you're just walking around, you just, what is my why? What is my why? What is my why? Because when you know your why, then you can set your goals, you can have priorities, and then you start to make your schedule. So there's this chart that's like the important versus urgent chart. And this really helps me to kind of guide my priorities for the day, for the month, like how I want to live my life. And I just feel like it's really key. When I found out about it, I was like, oh, this is helpful. So let me share this with y'all. So I'll show you guys the chart, but there's like, you have like the X axis, which is like you're important. Is this important or is it not important? And that is really based on you. No one can tell you, like, this is why you got to know your why and your goals. You say, is this important to me? Is this not important to me? And then, oh, that's the Y axis. Then the X axis is this urgent or is this not urgent? Okay, so when you do your important activities, it's important activities have an outcome that leads to you achieving your goals, whether these are professional or personal. Urgent activities are a demand on immediate attention, and those usually are associated with achieving someone else's goals. So when you think about important versus urgent, and you put that timepiece on it, it's like important is important to me. Urgent is usually because someone else is like demanding something from me, and so now I need to put it in the right box. So this is what it looks like. Like I said, on the left-hand side, you have what's important versus not important. And then on the top, you have what's urgent versus not urgent. So the way this goes is the top left box is important and urgent. So these are things that like, these are your goals, your why, and like you need to do it. So let's say like you're trying to start your business. That's something that's very important to you. And you have a meeting at the State Department to register your business at 10 o'clock. Like you have to get it, like that is something you have to do because it's important for you. And it's now like it's urgent. They gave you the time that you have to be there. And so now there's a timepiece on it. And so now that needs to go in that box. And I'm sorry, but if anything else comes up that's not as important and urgent, like somebody in your family, somebody you really care, like you have to really be like strict and going back to your why and setting your goals as to why you're not going to do that if that's important and urgent to you. Okay, so then you go to the uh, top right box. So now this is stuff that's important, but not necessarily urgent, right? So like kind of like stuff, like I said, like you know that you need to figure out kind of your sleep schedule, sleep pattern. You know, you need to do your homework, like that stuff that's important to you because you need to get an education so that you can achieve your goals and go on to the next step. But let's say like you don't have to turn in your work until like next week or at the end of the month. So then that's when you want to schedule, a time to do that kind of stuff. So like give yourself some time because it is important, but it's not necessarily right there and urgent, immediate, like I need to go right now. And then you go down to the bottom, what is this bottom left corner that says delegate. So these are things that are not important, but they are urgent. So this is kind of when like other people are really trying to like people that are kind of important to you, or like let's say you have a job that you know you need to go to and maybe you don't really like your job that much, it doesn't align it necessarily with your goals, but you got to eat, you got to sleep, you got to feed yourself. So it is like more urgent that you go, or just kind of like other tasks, like can you delegate it to someone else that can maybe do it for you, or do you just need to go and just get it done? And this kind of helps you try to multitask as well, like try to do things with people. A lot of the times I feel like we try to put everything on ourselves, and it's like, how can you create a team to help you kind of get some of these urgent things done that need to be done, but not necessarily like the most important to you, but you got to do it. So this could also be like, if you guys have homework, you're not that good at a subject, don't spend all this time stressing you out trying to do it on your own. Try to find people that can help you, that maybe you could do a page, they do a page, I'll come and talk about it together, and then you can get it done, like kind of stuff like that. And then things that are not important and not urgent, you got to go scissors, wash your hand of it. Like it just cannot be that kind of stuff. I'm really, now that once I learned this, I really was getting irritated when I was like doing stuff that I'm like, I don't care about this. And this is not urgent. Like, this is not, I used to get irritated and sick. And like, once I started like removing some of those things off my schedule, I felt so much better. I didn't feel guilty. I didn't feel like, angry and resentful at the people. I just was able to let them go, let those things go, and just like do a better job at focusing on the green, blue, and red squares that I needed in my life. So I know at first glance, this could be very kind of like, whoa, but just kind of maybe take a picture, sit with it, try to figure out how this makes most sense to you. But the main point is that you want to like stick to things that are important to you. That's like the first thing of how you make priorities. Like, what is actually important to me in my life that I feel like if I were to leave this earth, God forbid tomorrow, like I want to accomplish this. I want people to remember me like this. I want, this is going to fulfill me and bring me joy. That's what you first start out with. And then of course, because time is limited, you got to put some timeline stuff on it. So then that's how you start to decide. Now I have what's important to me. So like for me, like God is like important to me because I know that if I like stick to his word, like this is what I believe, like if I follow his plan, he will guide and direct my path, right? So like every day I try to make sure when I first wake up, I like talk to him, do some positive stuff. Like no one is really talking to me before I do that because that helps to give me peace. It calms me down. If that's your meditation, if that's listening to music, like that stuff, whatever you need to do to fill you up, if that's important to you, don't feel guilty about doing. You need to do that so that you can figure out the rest of your day. And then like other things that are important to me are like my family, like you only get one family, especially people that I know really take care of me. So I try to make sure, wake up, get some breakfast, food in my body. I got to be like well nourished, and I want to check in. How you doing, mom? How you doing, sister? How you doing, dad? Like that stuff is important to me because God forbid, like I said, they fall out tomorrow. And I was just so busy rushing around with work and stuff like that. And I didn't get to say I love you or say I'm going to be a mess. So that comes next. And then what's important to me is giving back and following my purpose and my mission and being with y'all and learning from you guys. And so I got to be on my success. That nobody talk to me I don't care. It better be an emergency. If you call me after 9:45, I'm not answering. Like this is how so important and urgent kind of help you to kind of balance, and then there's other things that I know I have to do during the day, whether it's getting on some meetings for projects that are coming up, sending some emails, or do I have to send that email or can I partner with someone so they can send the email and then I can be working on the document? Like while they're already reaching out to people, we're working on the presentation, like if I am going to have a meeting, it better have some like actual outcomes and goals. Like I can't just be sitting up here talking and chatting. And then I got to eat. So I do that. And then, some future things that I want. I'm also trying to do a better job of incorporating things that bring me joy into my schedule because I realize I'm like, okay, Monday through Friday, people get my time for like work, 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 right? And then you technically only get Saturday. This is if you have like a 9 to 5 job, because Friday you kind of work during the day, then you get Friday evening, and that's like a little, but you still had the stress of the work day on your mind. Then you get one full Saturday, which you can kind of do what you want. But if you have other priorities, like, you got to wash your clothes, you got to grocery shop, you got to do that kind of stuff, that kind of takes up your Saturday. And then Sunday for me is like filled with church. And then it's kind of like you got to get prepared for the week again. So I'm like, you mean to tell me I'm going to live on this earth and I only get one day out of 7 days to live my best life? Absolutely not. That is a lie from the pit of hell. Y'all are not getting that much of my time. So that kind of like reminds me again to go back to my priorities and my why. So that's why it's so important for me to schedule time with God, schedule time with my family, so I don't feel like I'm getting robbed of my time. And like I'm trying to do a better job at finding things that do bring me joy. So if it's the middle of the day and I don't have a call and I don't have something, and like I feel like I want to do something a little risque, I might watch TV from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock because that's a little scandalous. Right? Like, I will watch my show, I'm gonna put my feet up and no one's gonna talk to me. But then at 3 o'clock, when I have my meeting, I gotta get on my meeting and I gotta make sure that I did my stuff for my meeting. But that's why I already planned to do it the night before because I knew that I wanted to sneak and watch Insecure from 2 to 3 o'clock. So I say all this to say, guys, like, if you need to listen to music and you need to veg out or you want to do art, this is the perfect time to do it while no one is making your schedule for you. But try to, like, put those things in, and like, it doesn't have to be so 2 o'clock. It could be like time ranges, but just making sure that you were intentional with your time and you're putting important things first so that you don't feel robbed of your time, is key. Okay. What time is it? Okay. Make it work for you. So, like I said, make room for leisure and things that bring you joy. Be intentional about that. Kind of put those things first. Like I said, self care is the best care and it's not selfish. So, if you feel like, self care could be working on your goals, it could be taking a nap and actually getting some good sleep, it could be like spending that hour on the phone with your friend, but only spend the hour. Like, if you need more time, schedule it for another time. And like, people who can't respect those boundaries, they have to go. And it might seem a little forced and a little like kind of robotic at first, but it's not. It's really just boss moves, because I'm pretty sure Oprah or Bill Gates or anybody else doesn't just spend an endless amounts of time on with people unless it's about business or it's really bringing them joy. They schedule out their time. So, just try to do it. And like I said, see if you can multitask or delegate tasks if you feel overwhelmed. Don't just have people in your life just there to like fill up spots. Put them to work because they put you to work, whether it's like mental brain energy or talking to them or listening to them. Make sure it's mutually beneficial as much as possible. Not that everything has to be a give and take, but when you're pouring into someone more than they're filling you up. So yeah, stick to your schedule as much as possible and set expectation and boundaries to respect your time. This is so key in the beginning because it's going to be a little weird trying to do this at first if you're not used to it. And if you let too many urgent things that are not important to you come and distract your time, it's going to get you all frazzled. So try to stick to your schedule as much as possible. And that's why I said start small. At least have a time where you wake up every day, some things that you're going to do, like 1 to 2 things you're going to do for sure, and then a time to go to sleep, and like stick to that. I think they say it takes 21 days to make a habit. So seriously, like try your best to do that. And then before you know it, it will become like secondhand nature. And if people don't respect your boundaries and the time that you have set for those things, then let them go. So, like I said, time is a limited resource. So please, please, please use it wisely and like don't take it for granted. That time you spend getting yourself together and your day together, it will help you and prepare you like going forward. And if you have to make adjustments to your schedule based on certain emergencies, that's okay because you know that you can adjust for it the next day. But time management is more of like a way of life. It's not like a task thing that you just have to do just to do it. This is like you really got to plan. You have to plan. I'm so sorry to tell you, the world does not work where you can just live it all up and just do what it just doesn't. Not it can if you just, I guess, I don't know what kind of lifestyle you want to live. That's it. You have to figure out what's important to you. But if you do want to be more efficient and effective, don't be afraid of planning it out. Okay. I hope that makes some sense.
Man, it did, and I love it. I really appreciate that comment that you said. Even though I was on the floor, I appreciated it when you was like, "You mean to tell me I can only live my best life on a Saturday?"
That
And,
messed me up.
and like, yeah, like that just kind of really hit hard, and that's one of the reasons why we are so adamant about like entrepreneurship, like having that mindset, having that attitude, because even though I work as hard as I work, it don't feel like normal work, like for a normal person, because I created this situation for myself, and that's a different level of freedom. And I think people misunderstand, like when I say entrepreneurship, like they think that I just mean, oh, just owning a business. Like, no, like it really is owning your life and owning whatever situation that you in. So even if you are going to a 9 to 5, like how you said, if it's bringing you purpose, if it's fulfilling your why, and if it is pouring into you, you will never know what it feels like really, truly, and honestly to work, because you'll be happy to get up at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning to go whatever place of business that is. Like, and that is entrepreneurial.
Exactly. No, you're right, Miss Johnny. And it makes you, it really make when you think about your time, it makes you feel like, how am I feeling? Do I get excited to get up and go do the things that I have to do for the day? If not, then what's going on? Like, why? You need to check it out and be like, man, why am I not happy? And then there's going to be things that just don't make you that happy, right? Like, I know school, guys, is stressing you out, and I feel for you so much. Like, I'm so sorry because I know it's a lot. But you have to like find things like be intentional about your joy, because you know those things are important to your long-term goals, or find ways to make it easier for yourself. So, like, just kind of prioritizing and kind of doing those things. And like, if you do have a 9 to 5 that you don't like, spending more time on your business so you can create that in the evening. It might mean spending less time with your friends, but it's only for a season. You got to figure out what you need to live a happy and full life, like it's important. And I wanted to tell you guys this thing too, because I heard you guys saying balance, balance, balance a lot. And that's key. A lot of people, you want balance in your life, but my mom says that it's more of like an ebb and flow. So have you guys seen like the things that go, like it's like a pendulum, it's like a ball, and it's like one hits one hits one. So there's going to be times in your life where you're a little bit more on the extreme. So maybe you are working a lot, or maybe you're too with your friends, but the more you try to be intentional about getting to the other side, then you will find balance in the middle and it will come close. So don't be afraid if you feel like, crap, I am doing a little bit too much, just focusing on this. Just try to do one intentional thing to like maybe spend more time with family and friends, and you'll get there. Like, life is a process and a journey. That's why it's the process of planning. It's not going to happen overnight, but do trial and error, set your boundaries and your expectations, and then kind of go like that, because it is
Yeah,
hard sometimes.
that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes a lot of. Can you address this, Miss Simone? Because this is like the fifth or sixth time I've heard a young person say this. Colorful Cloud said, "My problem is my sleep pattern is very inconsistent."
Guys, that one is key. That sleep, don't take it for granted. Like, I know for me, I can tell the difference when I don't get enough sleep or I don't sleep well, and I'm like, oh no, because it kind of starts you, when they say people wake up on the wrong side of the bed. So
Yeah.
like Miss Jones said, like, spend this quarantine time trying to, like, if you can, as much as possible, figuring out what time you need to like actually go to sleep, like, don't push your body. Don't try to, kind of stop doing those things that used to, like staying up on the phone or like watching TV or all this stuff. Like, I think they usually say when you were younger, like 8 to 9 to maybe 10 is like a good time to start going to bed, like, it seems childish, but like, y'all really be effective in trying to do things that work for you, and just see how your body feels and how you sleep. And maybe it doesn't have to be that early, but just try to at least be consistent with the time that you're going to sleep every day. Just at least start there. Try to be consistent with the time you go to sleep and the time you wake up, and see how your body feels. And before you go to sleep, you really should not be on your phone. Like, you probably need to give yourself whatever time you need to go to sleep, give yourself 30 minutes before to really kind of rest your mind and relax. Because I know sometimes if you just jump in the bed, depending on how tired you are, you're probably not just going to go to sleep. You're going to want to scroll on your phone. You're going to want to, probably think about your day. And so try to do things that are meditating and relaxing 30 minutes before, like breathing exercises, listen to some rainforest. Yeah, maybe talk to yourself, but maybe don't, because that might make you anxious and then you can't go to sleep. But give yourself a timeline. So give yourself a consistent day, I mean, a consistent time that you're going to go to sleep, and 30 minutes before that, try to get yourself like in your sleep zone. So
Yeah,
that,
and the only thing that I would add to that too is that if you had a consistent schedule before Rona, get that back.
Absolutely.
Like get that back, and this is your opportunity to even tweak that too, to see whether or not like that schedule was even right for you. And that's why it was important for us to do these success sessions, because we knew that a lot of people was going to fall off with like their consistency and having a schedule. So we knew, at least if we said, all right, we can get you straight from 10 to 3, we knew at least from those hours you wouldn't fall off too much, and that you would at least be in the habit of being able to get up to get ready for something and be engaged during normal hours where you would normally be in school anyway. Um, Q said an important one. She said my work schedule interferes with my sleep schedule. And that's crazy, because that's why we telling the younger ones, like, get it ready now, because once you like Q, when you a grown adult, like
Yeah.
for real, she still a baby, but you know, she grown. She got real rent to pay. She got real bills to pay. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you don't get the luxury of figuring it out. Now you just got to kind of do it.
Yeah, but
Um,
what I would say is don't be afraid to speak. This is a part of owning your time. And like there are jobs where sometimes you can't, but at least try to advocate for yourself. Talk to you about these are some of the things that I'm doing, the goals I'm working on. I know I'm best effective when I come in on these hours. Is there any way that I can have a consistent schedule? Because I feel like I'll be better for you and the company and be better for myself. Don't be afraid to speak up and ask. And if they say no, then it's okay. Let me just continue to work this job to pay these bills. And how the hell can I get out of this job? Because this is not going to serve me too much longer.
exactly. Amaya said, that's what I struggle with. I'll focus specifically on music, and then when other aspects of my life will just go out the window, it's hard to incorporate everything important in my life all at once.
Yeah. And don't, guys,
Yeah.
it's not all at once. It's a process and an ebb and flow. And sometimes I think we're always trying to, like, people who love you will understand. They have to. And you put those priorities first. So if it's your family and your music and then your friend, it's okay. You got to, like, really delegate that time. And, like, I know because, like with my family, I'm very family oriented, but then sometimes it's like a little too much. And I had to wean them off. Like, all right, God, yeah, I really do love you. And I will always, but I feel comfortable about setting like certain days. So like Wednesdays are my church family days and Sundays are my church. And like I really try not to do too much other stuff unless it really, really is urgent. And then other days I can plan to talk to people here and there. But like everyone who's like productive and like goal oriented and minded should know like you just as much as you have a lot of stuff that you want to do with your time, I have a lot of stuff I want to do with my time. It doesn't mean I don't love you. It doesn't mean I won't plan to spend time with you, and that time will be quality. So think about that too, quality over quantity. Okay. So are we just hanging out and talking every day just to do it? Or when we spend time together, it might be like once every 2 weeks or once a month, but it's quality time. And I'm really looking forward and enjoying that time because now I can really just be at peace. I don't feel stressed or procrastinated about why I'm like not doing other things because I already spent my time doing that and I can be fully present and enjoying this moment with you. Like, don't think of it as all at once. It's a process, it's a plan, and you don't have to be everything for everyone at every time. That is the key. I guess
That's a
that's
word. That's a word right there, Miss Simone. You don't have to be everything for everyone
at every time.
every time.
I'm really thinking about that. I'd be like, oh gosh, I gotta call my friend. I gotta, and they're like, oh hey girl, can I call you back? I was so stressed about calling you because I thought you were gonna be mad at me. And now you can't even talk because you have a schedule and you set boundaries and now I'm mad. All right, Simone, get it together. It's okay. It just reminds me just to breathe. Like it's
Mhm.
okay. One day at a time. Ask this is why you guys need to pray. Ask the Lord to guide your day. And tell you what's most important to do. And then just kind of take it easy one day at a time. But I
Yeah, that's awesome. Colorful Cloud said, I would definitely try these tips. Thanks so much. I'm currently trying to find a job. Working on my sleep schedule will help me later on with pretty much everything for sure. Look, you got the jobs person right here.
I know.
Miss Simone handle all our jobs. Like how much you trying to make, she got you.
I know it's corn, but there's probably more jobs now, and it might not be the best, but we can do a little like session where we sit down. What are your goals? What's important to you? Trying to find a job that fits.
Yeah.
And things.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ken Core said thanks that he needed that. So maybe one day we can do a career session because that's what we normally do on Thursdays anyway with Miss Simone's track is the career readiness. So like that's normally what she would be working on, connecting you with employers, getting the resume tight, seeing which job you want to be in. But we got a few opportunities now. So better get with Miss Simone, man. Do I got you tagged in the post on IG right now?
I don't know, hopefully, but
I'm
just
gonna post a book that we talked about productivity. I'm gonna post Chris's book and I'm gonna tag Miss Simone. So if you're really serious about getting a job, then DM Miss Simone and she got you. You ain't gotta worry about that. But y'all, I hate to close this conversation because it's so good. Miss Simone, you are amazing as always. But our next guest, y'all, at 11 o'clock, yo, from Oprah to Success Sessions. I'm too excited about him. Oh yeah. He, yo, get y'all cookies, get y'all juice, y'all popcorn, whatever y'all need. Make sure y'all, come back for 11 o'clock to talk to Mr. William with me. That one gonna be a life-changing conversation. And I don't think I've ever said that up front about any guest speaker up front.
Oh, I'm ready. Let me go get my little card.
Yeah. What's your jewel, Miss Simone? Give us your jewel.
Oh, I already dropped it. I just said because you don't have to be everything for everyone at every time.
Hey, yes, that's a jewel. Lene said, this is so resourceful because right now I'm trying to start up my own business and this is nice. Yes, Lene. Now that you don't put it out in the atmosphere, we got to hold you accountable to that business. So be prepared to talk about that. Colorful Clouds, yes, this is exactly what I need. Cam, that need to be a book title. Yeah, your jewel need to be a book title.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a cut when I do the book.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll see you back tomorrow, 10 o'clock, Miss Simone, and I'll see y'all right back at 11. Hey y'all, we are back. Told y'all we got a banger for our guest today, Mr. William, bringing him on right now. Make sure y'all get nice and comfortable. Y'all really, really, really want to love this one. There he go. There he go. Hey, Mr. William.
Hey, Miss Joni.
How you doing?
I could not be better this morning. Can you see me good? Well, because the light's not good in here, but I got a little
I know the light is a tad bit ghetto, but
dark.
yeah, just a tad bit. But we can make out who you are.
Okay, because I had to. I'm actually visiting. Let me see if I can get. I think I should try to get a little bit of more light. Let me try.
You sure? I don't want to be too much trouble for you.
Okay, let me try because this is not working out. Let me see something. Let me see something. I got a little bootleg light going on here.
I know, man. In the straight ghetto. It's all good.
Corona messed it up. You say yellow or?
You good. Don't worry about it. You good. We can tell who you are.
Oh, good.
How you feeling today?
I'm so great today. So much exciting stuff is happening. It's just off the chain. So,
man, I believe it. I believe it. So, like, you are just an amazing individual. I knew it when I met you, but like, sheesh. I'm so excited for this conversation, especially for our young people who are on now. Young people, put your comments in, put all your questions in. I promise you, we're gonna make sure that Mr. William gets all your questions and comments. But I really want to kind of turn it over to you, Mr. Will, because you have a special and powerful story that I don't think any introduction that I could ever do will, ever do it any kind of justice. But I do want to let the young people know that your name is William Kellebrew, and you are the director at the Baltimore City Health Department.
mm-hmm.
And
and director for the Office of Youth and Trauma Services. And so this is sort of where I am now, but I've had a really long career in addressing trauma, but not just a career in it, but also, a lot of childhood trauma that brought me to this field and, really provided me with some understanding of not just who I was and who I developed to be, but also, where I am and where I had the potential of going. So what I would do, so I'm good to start, right? We're all good.
Yeah, we ready for you.
Okay, so what I wanted to do is I wanted to show a couple of videos, one in the beginning and one in the end. And really, the one in the beginning, I was afforded the opportunity to, be interviewed by Oprah, and I got a chance to tell a little bit of my story and who I was, and in fact, was able to go and revisit my childhood with the crew. So the video can be emotionally provocative. So that means that, you could get, some feelings because of it. But that doesn't say you will. But I want to make sure that everybody who's watching it knows that, so that if you need to take a second, kind of get yourself together, because you might think of some things that you've been through, especially given a lot of the trauma and violence that a lot of us, a lot of folks have endured here in Baltimore City. Just specifically, we know that anyone could be touched by violence and trauma. And so we don't want to take it lightly that we play this kind of video and that somebody could get a reaction from it. So if you do have a reaction from it, Ms. Joni, I'll be available either during this for questions, or if somebody wants to connect afterwards, I can also be available to make sure. One thing I believe in is, when we open up wounds, we actually have to do something about it. So that's the key. So with that being said, one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to open up my screen and go ahead and play the first video. Really talks about, again, a little bit of my story. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Miss Jones, you good? Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Grew up in a poor, crime-ridden neighborhood outside of Washington, D.C., and recently took our cameras back to the place where he says his childhood literally came to an end.
We're going to a home where really was a focal point of my growing up with my mother, the last days of her being alive. It's been a while since I've even driven past, and I don't think I've ever gotten out of the car. Oh, God. Just remember coming out of this house and just running up the street.
The last time William stood on this street, he was just 10 years old. It was July 2nd, 1984, when he woke up to the terrifying sound of his mother screaming.
It was right there, right in front of the house, right in front of the driveway. Her boyfriend was dragging her. That's when he came in, and he just started immediately loading his gun. And then he went over to my mother, and he put the gun up to her face, and he just shot her about 2 times in her face, and she dropped right on the floor immediately. I just remember opening out her mouth and just going all over the floor. And then he went to my brother, and then he shot my brother. Then he came to me, and he put the gun to my head. He squatted down. He did the squat like this, and he put the gun to my head. I immediately said to him, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll do anything." And I asked him, and he didn't say one word to me. And that's when I looked up into the sky. I was like, "God, please, please don't let him kill me. Please don't let him kill me." And for some reason, he just pulled back. And then he said to me, "You can leave." Just ran right down here on the right, and just was banging on the door. When they asked me, "Well, what's going on? What's wrong? What's wrong?" And I could only say, my mother. And they kind of just, settled me down, It settled me down. I didn't know what was going on, Just pretty lost. No.
God, William, thank you for taking us back there. But what happened to you? Obviously, you're here. William's here.
Wow, I lost everything. I mean, I lost my mom. I was a mama's boy, so I went everywhere with her. And, that day I actually wanted to go with her. But, when it came to me pleading for my life, I decided that I wanted to go the other way, just at 10. But I was lost growing up as a teenager, and I didn't know where I was. I was just in a life of despair. I just had all my feelings just bundled up. Didn't get a chance to actually talk about it.
So who helped
My
you?
grandmother. I mean, she jumped right in that day. And she's been going ever since. She worked, I think, a week after.
Thank God for the grandmothers.
Yeah, I would say thank God for the grandmothers for sure. That was something else. Joni, when I left that house that day, I literally had my little shorts on. I was 10 years old, and like a tank top or in no shoes, and being released from this hostage situation that involved, 2 of my family members, my mom, my leader, my guide, my protector, who really, it was my getting up and trying to get out of there, trying to figure out, what could I do to help them back at the house. But I left that house. I got up from that, from the steps that I was sitting on. after my mom's ex-boyfriend said, I could leave. And I got up slowly from there, kind of got myself out of the door very slowly and got away from the porch very slowly. And it wasn't until I got past the driveway that you saw on the film that I actually started to run. And I could only remember saying, call the police, call the police, call the police. So it was a devastating day, a 3-hour standoff with police. My grandmother's on the scene, shooting tear gas in our home, and they find, those 3 individuals, my 2 family members and my mom's ex-boyfriend, who had died by suicide. So what's very interesting is actually the next day, my grandfather got into an argument over a parking space, and I was actually staying with him. And he actually ended up shooting the next door neighbor over a parking space right in front of me. So I witnessed 2 shootings in 2 days. I mean, literally witnessed 2 shootings in 2 days as a 10-year-old. I can't begin to tell you how devastating that was. But as a child, of course, I really had no comprehension of the things that actually happened. But I'll tell you that day, on a positive note, my grandmother picked me up. And from my grandfather's house, they weren't together. They just kind of had my mom, but she picked me up and she took me to this Value Village thrift store that's probably on, since this is like local, it was on Annapolis Road in Bladensburg, Maryland. And she took me to this thrift store, and she allowed me to walk in the toy aisle. And I remember picking up like 3 toys that were used toys, but I picked up the Dukes of Hazzard car, the General Lee, that car that raced through the, through that TV show. The doors were still, closed on the side, which meant that it was kind of like an authentic version of the, General Lee. And I liked that car because it was fast. It could, I was into Matchbox cars and Hot Wheels cars then. In fact, I was playing with Matchbox cars the morning that my mom was killed. I was playing with it on the stairwell, watching, kind of things unfold in the room. But of course, once he shot my mom, I didn't start, I stopped playing. So I picked up that General Lee car and this like toy plane and these green Army men that had that they only had one position, and it just like with a rifle like that. And I played with that. I played with those toys, and I guess I was just imagining a world that night that was very different from what I had witnessed earlier that day, as well as what I witnessed the day before. I can't really put it into words, honestly. It's like, even looking at the video, I think back, like, I'm trying to see myself at 10 years old and think like, wow, like what a situation. And when I think about our kids on these streets today, in these neighborhoods, witnessing violence on a daily basis, I feel them. I don't know what they're going through because I don't think anybody knows what anybody else is going through, but my heart goes out to our young people, to our moms, to our parents, to our dads who are facing this on a daily basis. So I have a sense of how it can completely disrupt a family unit. It completely disrupt and actually derail my development, because it actually impacted me a lot negatively, going to school, junior high school. I mean, I felt like I was thrown completely off track, and I had to really fight or really pull myself together to get on track. Now, it did take a lot of me effort, but there's no way that I would be able to have gotten to where I am today without some really, really key people. And some people I have no clue in their names and I never remember, but I just remember I had a really good experience in a certain place. And I'm like, you know what? That actually made a difference for me.
Wow, William, just wow. Oh my God. Maya, Cam, and Zoe all send their condolences and said sorry for your loss. And Maya said, you are a miracle to even be alive. And I say that with every care.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I appreciate that. I tell you, and given so much, many things that actually happened after that, you're so right. I don't know. Something, an experience like that to me, it just strips everything from you. It completely rips apart your dignity. Your trust is gone. And in fact, a lady named Betsy McAllister Groves, I always give people their credit, but Betsy McAllister Groves said that trust is the first casualty of early abuse. Trust is the first casualty of early abuse. It is gone first when abuse, neglect, when things like that happens and it disrupts the soul. Who's left? Who's trusting anyone at that point? And so there's a lot of trust broken because we expect our caregivers or our parents or our society or schools to keep us safe. And when something like this disruptive happens, and oftentimes we can't point to who's the blame. We just we don't trust anybody. And so it takes a lot to really be able to build that trust. And I appreciate everybody making those comments. And I'll tell you something, it's never too old to do a few things in my book. That's number one, to say condolences, because even though it's been 30 something years, that's my mom. That will never change. That was my older brother. That will never change. And to have watched them go down like that there's a special connection that we have that I've always kept, in me. And so, that never gets old, and people always say, can I give you a hug? I'm like, oh, heck yeah. You can definitely give me a hug when I do a lot of speaking. And so I've had a lot of support over the years to get to where I'm today.
I can't imagine. I know that you were so young when it happened, but could you tell us what life was like before that tragic day?
Oh my gosh. That's so interesting. And I'm gonna tell you, and I'm going to pull up what's so interesting. I can pull up an interesting article when I get a chance, but the Washington Post is this major newspaper in DC, and the Washington Post did the story on my mom and brother. And they released it on the day after. And then they did another story on my grandfather the day after. And I remember looking in there and reading the article, and it basically said that my mom used to take my report card to the welfare office, basically the public assistance office, because we were on public assistance back then. And she had she had housing support, like a grant for housing. So she used to take my report card to the caseworker. And the director of that, I guess the assistant director of housing back then, said, she used to bring the report card in, and the little boy, William, got A's and B's. So I was a really, really good kid. I didn't have, I played father leader. I was always a leader. And it's so interesting now that I do a lot of leadership stuff. I was a kid leader, basically. I was always the kid that everybody looked at and said, he is leading the way. So I got good grades, some, tough times in third grade, but by the time I got to fifth grade, I was trying to, kind of make strides in my grades, but that's kind of what it was. With 5 siblings in the house, there's 5 of us. So we had fun. We were like anybody else, we had a lot of fun. There was 4 boys and 1 girl. So, we had sports, we did everything. So, and my mother, what's interesting about her, we sat down at the table pretty much every day as a family and had, if it was the weekends, we had breakfast or dinner, but if weekdays, making sure we got out the door on time and we had dinner together. So she was big on family, huge on family. And for her to be a single parent, huge on family, that's what she was. And so that's something she always did, is kept us together as family. Beach, she took us to the beach, Sandy Point. We stayed out, and when Bay Ridge was Bay Ridge down in in Maryland, down by the Bay Bridge, that beach is no longer there. Now just have Sandy Point. But my mom's favorite place to go was that beach. She loved water. She loved skating. She could skate, and also she was a major dancer too. So she was very extremely vibrant. She was like I know people always talk about this as it's like cliche. People say it all the time. She was she was like the life of the party. She dressed like it. She acted like it. So that's kind of the way she was. I think I kind of got a little bit from her, a lot of it from her, being in front of people, being able to speak and stuff. I think that came from my mother pushing me out front.
Wow. Wow. I know that there are a lot of our young folks who are listening right now who are on this project that we're doing that's around like domestic violence. So they're talking about like the issue with domestic violence, specifically happening with young people. Is there anything that you can just kind of like speak on that may relate to, you know, kind of like that situation that you personally went through to what some young people might be going through now and dealing just with that whole issue of, oh, but I love this person, but I'm in a situation that may not necessarily feel so safe?
Wow, that's such a good question. I think first of all, some of us may call it domestic violence or intimate partner violence, or we may even call it teen dating violence, right? But regardless of what we call it, the 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 thing we should be thinking about and remembering is that this is all about relationships, and you know, in a domestic violence based relationship or a violence based relationship, there's power and control, and you have these dynamics of power and control. But one of the things that I always say is that the dynamics of a relationship reside within you. So that means that looking at the way the relationship is, there is some responsibility that you have in control, that you have to be able to think, you know, what can I do? But we're not always given the opportunity to make those decisions because sometimes we're forced. My mom told her ex-boyfriend, who was boyfriend at the time, she said, I don't want to be in this relationship anymore. I just want to be with my kids. Now, she knew that relationship was difficult for her. She knew she was at her tipping point. She didn't want to do it anymore. So she broke away from that. But the problem, Joni, and everybody listening, is one thing that we see that my mom did not know, and is why I'm such an advocate today, is because she didn't have the education around what to do when she wanted to leave, how this relationship would impact her and her family around her own safety. So when I say that, when someone wants to leave a relationship that's violent, we say that is the most lethal time. It's the time where the most violence can happen. It's right there at that moment where somebody says, I don't want to be in this relationship more, and expresses that possibly to the other person. The other thing really we should think about is that if there's a weapon present, such as a gun or a knife, it actually increases lethality 9 times. So there's a lot of risk in just saying, I don't want to be in this. So that means that telling somebody that you shouldn't be in that relationship, you should get out now, that may not actually be the best advice. That may not be the best course of action, because leaving, like my mom did, she actually ended up being killed. So we don't leave unless we have something like a safety plan. And that's so important when we're thinking about leaving a relationship, or even contemplating leaving a relationship, is getting with the National Domestic Violence Coalition, getting with the different coalitions on domestic violence, or figuring out a resource that you can look at and say, you know what, let me reach out to this resource because it's dangerous in my relationship, and let me have a plan on the back end that nobody knows about except those people that I trust, you know, big time, so that I know how to exit this relationship. And so today I work on, oftentimes I work on domestic violence safety plans with individuals who are going through it. But most of the time I refer over to different organizations and things like that. So I think that in order to think about this, I think about healthy relationships and what we can do. We can leave. We do have the power to leave, but we must be safe in being able to make that journey, because trust me, it is a journey. But my mom didn't know about that journey because she went to you know, public assistance office, and back then we weren't really talking about this like that in 1984. It was a new term. Domestic violence came from the 70s and the 80s. It was a very new term. So she really didn't know about what's going on, but we know enough today to know that there is a way out. a safe way out, and you're not alone to be able to make that journey. And I think that's a really key thing. And if you're a young person out there going through relationships right now, no one, and I mean no one, has the right to put their hands on you, to talk to you any kind of way, to degrade you, to denigrate you and who you are. And the big reason why I know that I started healing in life, that I really made the jump, the change, that shift to being able to heal, and start believing in myself and building my confidence up, my self-esteem up, was when I understood that trauma is an individual experience. No two people are ever going to go through the same event the same way. It's like a fingerprint on our experience, or DNA on our experience. It's all ours. We own our experience. And because of that, it's so unique that nobody, because people always say, I know what you're going through. My grandmother always says, no, you don't. If you knew what I was going through, you'd be living with me every day. You'd be in my body, understanding exactly what's going on. But that wasn't the key. The key was, yes, that trauma may be, tough for us to actually address and feel and manage in our daily lives every day. But the unique part for me is when I started healing, is I understood that not only is trauma the trauma experience is individual, but so is healing. And so I stopped comparing myself to everybody. All right. Let me tell you, I had, as a teenager, I got hospitalized several times, because of my anxiety, a lot of depression back then. I felt suicidal at the point. I even tried to attempt suicide as a teenager at 13, 14 years old. Nobody knew my plan. I was out there just lonely, isolated, trying to figure out where I was going to be in life. And then I grew up, and I ended up getting my GED. And because I couldn't graduate high school, I couldn't go to school in a regular environment. It was just emotionally just too much for me. I was developmentally, or like, the killings have just plain old messed me up for so long. It was hard just to be in a regular mainstream of everything. So by the time I got in my 20s, I went to school back at 27 years old. I went to college, not at 18 coming out of there. But I'm gonna tell you what, I started comparing myself to people like, oh my gosh, I'm going to school late. I'm a non-traditional student. Everybody else, why is everybody else succeeding? How did everybody else get a 10 to 20 year head start on me? Because I was still 10 years old in many ways. I was still in that room stuck. In many, many ways. In my relationships, I was just really stuck, and I became, the abuser in a way. I just didn't know that I was repeating the stuff that I was looking at growing up in the relationships, because all I saw was abuse growing up in relationships. So as I was repeating that, but I started to do this work, and I started to go back to school at 27 years old, and they called me a non-traditional student. But finally, I started to do this work around trauma and violence, and start to understand the background and the context about trauma. And I said, you know what? I'm unique, and I'm going to school in my own time. I went to school at 27, but little did I know that age 26 was the average age of the college student when I went to school. So that means that it wasn't 18 years old. So that means that I'm a traditional student, not non-traditional. So to me, don't label me at all. Do not label me. And we have so many people labeling you or labeling me on who I am. Oh, I'm ADHD. You know what? I'm not owning ADHD. I'm not owning bipolar. Yeah, I experience those things, but I don't have to call myself that and label myself that, because I'm a healer, a thriver, a survivor. That's who I am. And so when I started to build my confidence and started to say that my healing is unique and it's not to be compared to anybody else's. So no longer I'm looking to the left and right and saying, oh my God, why they got that, or why they have this. Something, I got this and I got that, and I can get whatever I need to get. As long as it's positive and good towards our society, I'm good.
I love it. I love it. We got a bunch of questions, y'all. I promise we're gonna get to all these questions,
Yeah.
y'all.
Oh wow, a lot of questions.
Yeah, you got and then we gotta have time for your video too.
But video is only like 2 minutes, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, okay. Amaya says, she says, I'm upset because the boyfriend is a coward. Like for me, we have no room for closure. He committed suicide, so you would never know why he did all of this. Did you ever get your closure? Can you please explain how? That's a great question, Amaya.
Wow, Maya. I think first of all, I really appreciate that. Y'all get deep on this thing. All right.
I
Thank
told
you, Maya.
you.
Woo! And it's always my younger people. I'm young, by the way, so our younger people. There's always those great questions that come like this that may really make me think and really appreciate life and where I am. Closure means different things to different people. Did I get closure? Maya, I was pissed off at 10 years old. It was devastating at first, but as I became a teenager, I really thought he got away with murder. Literally, I literally thought that he got away with murder. And one of the terms that you use, committed suicide, we often say died by suicide because oftentimes, again, we don't know why people actually did what they did, even this particular person. So we say died by suicide rather than committed suicide because we get away from the blame game on, people's behavior. So I like to say died by suicide. So to use that in your in your conversations as much as possible. But so he died by suicide that day, and I will never know the reason why he did it, and what happened to him. But in 1971, he was actually already he had already murdered another woman in 1971, and he was locked up for 11 and a half years in a federal penitentiary. And then when he got out, like probably within a couple of years, he met my mom. And so, yeah, you can lock somebody up, but if you're not willing to put any rehabilitation, any investment into the human being, do you see any behavioral change? And so when he came back out, he was back to his same business, coming back out, and the problem I think is upstream. This is not like something that happened to him that day. This is something that happened to him in his childhood that led up to this particular piece. And that is why I think we have to have early discussions like around as a child and a teenager and a young adult around healthy relationships. Because the one thing I saw, this gets into another thing here. He got triggered, right? If somebody told you they don't want to be in a relationship with you and you're like, well, I don't agree with that. So you have a choice to make. And his choice was to say, if I cannot have you, nobody else can. And that wasn't his right to say, but that's what he did. So to me, I think about it now, I'm like, okay, dude, there's like 7 billion people in the world and more than half of them are women, right? You have another chance. Go take a jog, go find another woman, go do something. So one of the concepts I want to mention is this idea of what a trigger is, right? We call a trigger is something that might be upsetting, that might be emotionally, that might happen emotionally. It could be sad, it could be, whatever that trigger might be. But we often call triggers traumatic reminders. That means that there's something in the past that you're re-experiencing and came back up on you, and you had a reaction to it, an emotional reaction to it. And maybe even physical reaction to it. So he got triggered that day. And so I'm gonna leave everybody with 3 nuggets. And they're called universal triggers. And it's important that you understand these universal triggers. So number 1 is the feeling or sense of loss of control. That is a trigger. That can be a trigger. The sense of loss of control. You don't even have to lose control. All you have to do is feel or sense that somebody coming up in your space, somebody is near you, and you like, you know what, can you get off my back? So that feeling of loss of control, everybody know, because I was that way when I was a kid. I was like, I don't want nobody around me. I want to buy all my food. I'm very serious about my food. You can trigger me real good if you come and sit near my food and be eyeing my food down. So that can be a trigger. Secondly, the power differential, right? Where somebody has power and exerts power over somebody else. Now there's like natural power differentials, right? Where there's a difference in power with teachers and students, parents and child, mentor and mentee. There are some healthy like differentials, but sometimes we run into some triggers of, I know sometimes when I'm in the car and I get pulled over by the police, that triggers me. I mean, police pulling up beside me, stuff like that triggers me. I don't know if the police good or bad or whatever it is, but that can be a trigger and kind of get my blood flowing. And the last one is the lack of predictability. You can take all of, and if you don't know what's going to happen in the next moment, that can also be a trigger. So the point here is that if we understand what our triggers are, we're able to stop for a second and think. So if this guy knew that it's triggered by no, then he should be thinking about what alternatives he has to be able to address that trigger. So if you're feeling like upset, you may need to walk away. You might need to go for a jog. You might need to go tune in on your music. You may need to play a video game. So that's the point. If you understand your triggers and know your triggers and write them down and say, you know what, this makes me upset. And you could put any of your triggers, folks, in any of those three ones: the feeling of loss of control, power differential, and the lack of predictability. You could put any one of those in there. For instance, if your mom or dad comes home and they get mad at you for the dishes being in the sink, they've been triggered. All right. Well, what is that? Your parents feel a sense of loss of control because they're like, I washed the dishes this morning. Now you messing everything up. So that's just an example for you. So hopefully I answered your question around, I don't know the reason why he did that. And I just think that the dynamics of a relationship reside within us. When we recognize unhealthy signs in the relationship or power and control, we need to do something about it. And so I'll share with Joni the power and control wheel so you can think about that in your own relationships, kind of recognizing signs, because if somebody starts talking to you out of their mouth and sideways, that's a big sign, because that also leads to physical violence. That verbal violence, by the way, violence is verbal, financial, environmental. It's not just physical. So just because somebody put your hands, and a lot of people don't know that. So somebody come out their mouth to you and say, you're an idiot. Okay, now you're getting on the violent side. So go ahead and term that as violence to me.
That's a word. That's a word. Colorful Cloud said, I'm so sorry for your loss. How did you continue to build trustworthy relationships after your experiences? Due to my own traumatic experiences, I tend to push everyone away, and it's really unhealthy. What advice do you have? So
Yeah,
great
I
question.
agree. I agree. And the interesting thing is I like that word, an interesting word. I try to stay away from advice. I like to think about options, right? It's because we are our own. We carve out our destiny as much as we can. Of course, for those who believe in God like I do, we don't always play the role in our destiny. We have a higher power that we think about. But just in practical terms and sort of just regular terms here, that it took me a long time to build that trust. It took me so long to build that trust. And now in my relationships, all my relationships, I always say transparency equals trust. If we can't see each other for who we are, then there's something underlying that we don't know about. And that actually doesn't necessarily build the trust. So I would suggest just Google healthy relationships. And if you just Googled healthy relationships, like a checklist, you could have this checklist. And if you have a relationship right now, go through that checklist and say, oh, check. Okay, kind to me, check. Really nice, check. Has come out their mouth a little wrong. Wait a minute, check. Okay, wait a minute, I've got a sign going on here. So I think in order to build true healthy relationships on my end, it's building trust, which builds connection. And connection is what we need to be able to grow and heal. Without that trust and that connection, it's very hard to heal, because otherwise we're always looking over our backs. We always, what we call in the mental health field, hyper vigilant or hyper aroused. That's like a trauma response. When we always jumping up, that could be post-traumatic stress, right? And I know that a lot of us talk about that PTSD, where you're always jumping, or you might think, intrusive thoughts, things coming in your head, and those images coming in your head. So sometimes that can happen. So I suggest that you start building, find that one person. It's been proven that if you could find one person that you trust and that you could reach out to and that you trust wholeheartedly, do that. And you know something, a lot of people broke my trust as a kid. And this guy broke my trust. There are plenty of people who broke my trust before that, after that, but there was always somebody who did. And keep that hope alive, to find that person, reach out to that person. For me, it was that assistant principal that I went to after, I wanted to die. I went to the assistant. He reached out to my grandmother. My grandmother reached out to the hospital. They all worked together. What they didn't know was my plan, but they wrapped their support around me. So you make sure you find some mentor, somebody that you can trust, I don't care if it's in your home, outside your home, that won't harm you. But you know, it's interesting, right? It's interesting. This I'm gonna give another nugget here. It's quite interesting. Let's take a 5-year-old kid in a home, okay, folks? If we take a 5-year-old kid in a home, and that 5-year-old child is being raised by their parent or their caregiver, somebody who's taking care of them. And that person, what is their role, right? Their role, their job, their responsibility is to keep the child safe and from danger. Am I right? Well, what if that person who's been entrusted with your life as a 5-year-old kid, that 5-year-old kid's life, whether they're a parent, the teacher, or whatever, is also the abuser? They're also the same person who brings the crap, who brings the danger. How is a 5-year-old kid supposed to recognize or be able to identify whether or not it's safe or dangerous if the person who's bringing all of that is off balance? So a lot of us grow up in relationships and grow up thinking that the relationship's healthy when it's not. So to me, a lot of us think about those healthy relationships, but sometimes we don't know what healthy is. You know, somebody said, do unto others as you have do unto them. What if you do unto them? Well, what if you don't know how you should be treated? What if you don't know how you should be treated? So to me, look, Google has so much stuff on it, right? But you want to look up the power and control wheel. You want to look at power dynamics, because sometimes we can be the abuser and not know it, but we can also be the victim if we don't know it. So it's important to understand what healthy relationships are, what those things are, so that we can start to recognize those signs in our own behavior. And again, we are the dynamics of our relationship. We're the ones we need to look at first. When something going on in our relationship, we need to look in the mirror and say, how am I coming to this?
Exactly. Yeah. And y'all, I'm going to post that power wheel when Mr. Williams sends it to me on Instagram so that y'all can have it. Thank you so much for that. Cam wants to know.
I'm at NXG Leaders, at N as NXG
Oh, I
Leaders.
I gotta get
Instagram,
that. Yeah, because I was
NXG.
trying to tag you yesterday when I was posting, but I was like, oh, he ain't even on Instagram.
Oh no, I'm on Instagram.
All right, you're gonna have to text me that so I
at
can
NXG Leaders. You might want to follow me there. It's a lot of my entertainment business work on there, but that's where I am. So
entertainment. Hold on, we're gonna have to get back to that. But I'm gonna make sure that I post it and I tag Mr. Will.
I'm gonna leave another session.
Oh my gosh. Yes, y'all. See, I told y'all he was great, right? Y'all definitely gotta follow him. Cam wants to know, do you think that it had anything to do with how he was raised? And do you know anything more about his past or history? It's a great question.
Yeah, I definitely think it just didn't start then. I think it had something to do with the way that he was brought up. I also think that, after the murders happened in 1984, it's so interesting. My grandmother, police gave my grandmother a wallet. The wallet had his ID in it, and it had $50, and it had some other stuff in it. My grandmother took it back to his uncle, and she tried to give it to him. And the uncle said, I don't want it, and I don't want anything to do with him. And our whole family doesn't want anything to do with him. And you can keep the $50. And my grandmother decided to throw it away too. She didn't want it either. She didn't want anything. She didn't want to be given anything from him. That was her only daughter. She couldn't take anything like that. So I think it had a lot to do with his childhood. Anytime your own family would disown you that way, And we heard there was a lot of turbulent stuff, a lot of fighting going on with the family and stuff like that. And, you know, he was very interesting in a, you know, very negative way, very interesting growing up, because we had to live with him for 7 months too. So it wasn't just my mom was being abused, he was coming at us. You know, he hit me with one of those water hoses that are hooked from the washing machine to let the water out of the washing machine. So I remember getting hit with one of those in the middle of the night. It's just, we, you know, but see, it starts off real nice. It starts off nice. He started off by, you know, paying me off a little bit of, you know, he gave me some coins to go to the store. And I was like, you know, I got my money for my penny candy. I'm good to go. So he got in. And then along the way, he started, you know, changing our diets and our food and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I do think it started when I was a child. I don't know the exact moment, but I think that, you know, Cam, right? Name of the Cam. Let me just say that our values and our beliefs, you know, the things that are most important to us, what we believe are most important to us, our values and beliefs, really are connected to our actions. They determine our actions, you know, how we behave, what we do, you know, how we think. But what if what we value and believe, you know, is often destroyed, you know, or withheld from us? You know, what are we supposed to do? And the way that we grow up in terms of what we value and believe really determines how we are going to go through our life and, you know, value others and value ourselves. So to me, he didn't really value life. He didn't value his life, and he didn't value the lives of the people around him, or else he wouldn't have killed a woman who was taking care of 5 kids without much support, much male, you know, fatherly support. So to me, his values were all off. So to me, Cam, it's trying to, if you feel like your values are off, if we feel like our values are off balance a little bit, then we could still work on that and look at the positive values and try to get that, because all the killing that's going on here in Baltimore and in our, you know, in Chicago and LA, all this killing that's going on, to me, it goes straight back to what we value and what we believe. What we value and believe dictates how we act. It says how we behave, all those things. So to me, I go straight back to values. This guy did not value those things. And I'll tell you what, a good tool I use in my relationships when I started dating, right? Again, after a while, you know, like 10 years ago, I started dating, and I said, you know something, I'm doing all this work around values-based practices, values, like I'm looking at values. And so I asked the person I was on a date with, you know, what are the top 3 things you value, right? And, you know, they went over the top 3 things. I went over the top 3 things. And for the next 2 months, I want to see those things happen. I want to see that you in education, because if you talk about you in education, I don't see it, you already, you might go on the chopping block. If I see that you said your value is work, and I don't see you working, I see you always staying at home, and I don't see anything happening, then that means that that's not what you value. You just told me what you want to value, but not what you value. And also, you know, if you say, you know, you're a kind person, but you treat me well, but then you treat your family bad, and I see you going off on everybody else. Oh, and I already know it's coming my way. So what we value and believe determines how we behave, and all of those things what we value. So think about our values, and think about values in your relationships. Ask those 3 questions and say, if you got any more, let me know. And then you write them down and you say, I want to see you actually act them out. And I need proof.
Wow. Yo, I love it. Y'all, we got less than like 6 minutes left. I do want to ask you at least a few more of these questions, because they are so good.
I'll be rapid. Yep.
All right, we're gonna do rapid with the questions, because we want to see your video, and we might have to do a part 2 with you, Mr. William. It's so powerful.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Cam says, were you ever curious to speak to his family?
Yeah, I was. I had a lot of questions, and he had not died by suicide, Cam. The question I had was, I had a real question. It's kind of a heartfelt question. If he got locked up, I kind of wanted him to go on the, you know, death penalty. I don't even believe in a death penalty anymore, because I don't believe death is just the answer like that. That's my own opinion. But I always wanted to ask him, if he was locked up, I always want to ask him the one big question: why did you do that? that is the one question I've always wanted to know. Why would you do that? But I already got a bit of an answer. You know, when we lose control, the feeling of loss of control, I already knew it was a trigger. Doing the work that I do today, I have answers to what I had back then. I'm actually at the University School of Social Work, where I'm actually going to have a life therapist, when I finished school. So I'll begin to understand more about behavior than I ever did. So instead of thinking about the past and always relying on the past, I'm really thinking about how I can carve my future out to be able to understand how I now can be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. Because as a teenager, I was a lot of the problem too.
Wow. Zoe wants to know, what advice do you have for anyone who has been through something so traumatic?
Wow. You know what? Talk to somebody. I think that's the number one thing. If you could find somebody you trust to talk to, just get it out. You know, don't worry about if you cry. Don't worry about, I've almost choked up like at least 7 times on this phone, on this thing. Even as the 30 something years, it still moves me. It still moves me to hear that problems that, you all are going through and the trauma that you all are going through. But I say, find somebody that you could talk to. And if your family can get you into therapy, don't think that therapy is bad. You may not find the first person who's a therapist who you like. You keep trying, because their conversations with a therapist supposed to be confidential. So that means that you are supposed to trust that person, and you can say what you need to say in any kind of way you want to say it without being judged. That's the problem today. We judge too much, and we need to step back from judgment and really open the doors up to being open to what we can learn and what we don't know. So find somebody that you trust is my number one thing. It's proven that if you could find one person that you trust that and that you can confide in on a regular basis, that gives you a little bit of a pathway to healing. Okay.
Yeah, and this is a great question. Maya says, with the men in your life being bad representations of good men, how did you find a way to be a good man? Wow.
Oh, because I had to counter that. I had to have some mentors of men. You know what? Growing up, and I saw these men treating my mother really badly. That's the vision. That's so interesting that you saw that, like that you have that question, because I saw that as a kid. And you know what? Everything we do is learned. Everything we walk, we learn. That's why we say, you know what, you look just like your mother. Your genes learn to look like your mother. Your genetic makeup learned to look like your mother. You learn to walk. That's why you walk like your dad or the people that you were when you grew up. So you can learn those things, but something, we can unlearn it too. I can unlearn how to be I can unlearn those things and teach myself new things. And so we have an opportunity to shape our lives. And you know what? Put the destiny and control in our own hands, not in the hands of somebody else.
Ooh, that is awesome. Ania, I see you. You want to major in social work. We got an opportunity right now with Dr. K, and William knows Dr. K, for young people who want to be involved with social work. So today must be your first day being on or something, baby, because we got those opportunities. So make sure you connect with me and I'll get you connected. But Mr. Will, can we see your video?
Yeah. So I am going to put this up here.
He got another video for us, y'all. Y'all loving him, right? Please drop some hearts, fire signs, whatever for Mr. Will, because we giving you all the love.
I'm amped right now to be even having this discussion. I'm so grateful for life and so appreciative for this opportunity. And I know that growing up, my dignity and everything, to me, I felt like it was ripped out of me and like just put on the floor and stomped on. That's kind of how I felt growing up. But today, I know how that feeling is. I know what that feeling is, and I know where that is. I know what that deep depression is. I know what that staying in your room for 3 weeks means. I know what that is. And I'm never, ever going back. I already know what is going back. So I know I don't want to go back that way. So I encourage everybody on the call. And so the video I want to play, it really speaks to like a lot of the history of kind of like where I came from and the work that I'm doing today and how I'm making a difference today. And so let me share this with you.
He's showing you a lot of love, Mr. William. I'm gonna have to text it to you. You're getting a
Ah,
lot of hearts.
I gotta go on Instagram and check it out too. All right. Okay. Love you all back. That's what Obama said once. Love you back. I was at a event where I yelled it out to him. I actually have it on video, and I said, "We love you, Mr. President." He said, "Love you back." I was like, "Yeah, cool." So love you back. All right. So we are ready, right?
Yes.
Joined now by William Killebrew, a gun safety advocate with a long history of dealing with gun violence. Thanks for coming in tonight.
Well, thanks for having me on it.
And I don't really want to make this a discussion about whether people should or shouldn't have, because that can go in a whole other direction. I just want to talk about how parents can begin the conversation about guns and safety with their children.
They're waiting. They're not sure if there's a standoff going on. They're not hearing a response. And you're communicating to them, hey, my mom and my brother are in there. My brother may still be alive.
Thank God for my grandmother, because she was another female who stepped in and really made it happen for me.
And joining me now are two people with a very personal stake. At age 10, William Killebrew watched his mother's ex-boyfriend shoot and kill his mother and brother. He shared that story last week with the Vice President's Task Force on Gun Violence.
Well, thank you. First of all, my heart goes out to the victims and survivors of Newtown, but also to victims and survivors all across our country where the violence is playing out on the streets every day.
Baltimore.
One thing that I think I take away from William's story is the resilience of the human spirit.
William was absolutely incredible. I think he did an incredible job taking us through that, thinking about how he has coped with trauma in a positive way. William talked about his grandmother, how families change as a result of violence. The story gives a real face to what it is that children who witnessed abuse experience, the lifetime that it takes to be able to heal. And so it helps us to understand all of those different connections in a real way.
You know, the one thing I want to say, Joni, is that something that Dr. Dorothy Irene Height said, and I used to work with Dr. Height when she was alive as a civil rights leader. And she said what Fannie Lou Hamer once said, and she said that, you know, don't ever let nobody turn you around. Ooh. Don't let nobody turn you around. Don't let nobody turn you around. People will try their hardest, and they don't even sometimes know they're trying. That's the interesting. So don't let nobody turn you around. You can come from the ashes of pain and hurt to, you know, this heaven of healing on earth, walking around feeling a sense of, you know, respect for, you know, yourself. And so to me, there's nothing going to turn me around. And I'm so glad to have this opportunity just to be able to be a beacon for somebody else, because somebody was a beacon of light for me.
Yes. We normally ask everybody at the end, like, what jewel do you want to leave us with? But you just killed us with that jewel. Don't let nobody turn you around. Thank you so much, Mr. William. It was an absolute blessing to have you on today. The young people were feeling that you got so many accolades, saying that people love this. They are so grateful for you. They thank God for your life, everything. Like, yeah.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I'm very, very grateful, very thankful. Very, thank you. That's uplifts me today. I feel very encouraged.
Thank you so much. And I will definitely be in touch with you for that wheel so I can post it, and everybody will follow you on Instagram, and we're going to keep showing you love. And whenever you're ready for a part 2, man, you let me know, because definitely a blessing to our souls today.
I appreciate it. And you all are too. And thanks, Joni, for your work, hard work, and your team. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Will. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay to click. You need me?
Yeah, you
Yep.
good.
Good to go.
Yeah, see you. All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Y'all, didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all it was going to be powerful? Y'all ain't believe me. I told y'all it was going to be super powerful. Like, how amazing of a person is he? Or when you talk about knowing your why and turning your pain into passion and turning your tragedy into something that can help uplift and inspire other people, like he's the very definition of that. I knew this conversation was going to be fire, which was why I was posting about it yesterday, just because, but like, wow. Yo, hands down, my best conversation yet. And we've had some amazing people on here, from Dougie Fresh to the Lieutenant Governor. Like, we've had some amazing people on here, but that was hands down my absolute favorite. You talking about just being blessed on a whole new level. And thank you guys for being so engaged and for being so respectful and, showing him love. I really appreciate that. Anir, I'm walking into my healing right now, but it's a process. Absolutely. I felt that. Yeah, Lamar, he was great. He was amazing. But Anir, I don't know how old you are, baby girl, but if you are a young person, I'm for real about the opportunities with social work. Like, we literally just recruited 7 people to do social work, and they officially start on May the 1st. So that's Friday. And really going to start doing some of their work next week. So depending on how serious you are, we got the opportunity, and if that's what you really, really want, and we can do it. So definitely make some time to connect with me. Finding your purpose, you have to go through things to walk into your destiny. Absolutely. I could not agree anymore, y'all. Man, we ran over just a little bit, but was he or was he not worth it? He was absolutely worth it. Oh, Maya, you want to be a part of the domestic violence group? All right, you know what? Hit me up on that, because I don't know why you didn't put your hand up for that, because I recruited for that. We've been going with that now for like several months, over 6 months. I want to say almost like a year now that we've been working on that. So we definitely got a solid group. But if you're serious about being involved and about being consistent, then absolutely I can see about putting you on that. So I told you it's gonna be worth it. Yo, I told you, yo, just powerful, yo, on so many levels, just so powerful. Like, definitely God had a higher purpose for his life. And whatever the reason was why, that man spared his life, whatever reason it was, I thank God that he did. Because, man, he out here doing some great things now. And I'm just blessed to know him. Like, I knew he was great. I knew he was amazing, but like, wow, this just takes it to a whole nother level. I never knew about it. You said, Maya, this is why I tell y'all, turn my post notifications on. 99.9% of what I post is something helpful. Like, it's very, very rare that I'll post something dumb. Like, sometimes, I might post what I'm eating if I got some nice big crabs. And shout out to Ken, because Ken said she gonna treat me to some crabs, y'all. She treated me to dinner this week. But it's very, very rare that I post something that's not helpful. So you got to turn those post notifications on, because a lot of times when I'm recruiting for different things, opportunities, be it paid opportunities, internships, whatever the case may be, once I post it, once I get however many kids I need, then I take the post down. So you definitely got to turn on those post notifications, man, and make sure that you checking the page and watching the page, because that is what it's about, providing opportunities for you guys to be able to find your own purpose and to walk and to live in your own purpose. And some people choose death, but he chose to live. The devil came out here trying, but God has a higher purpose for his life. Yo, absolutely. Absolutely. That was amazing. Y'all got me in my feelings at 12. Hey, Maya, that's how every day is something special on these success sessions. Like every single day. Like I can't think of nothing. I can't think of no time where it hasn't been something special. Like not one time. Yo, Miss Mo tried to play me real quick. Talking about she
I didn't
she
try to play
waiting. She waiting on me the whole time. It been
Hey,
said waiting
y'all.
on you for forever. I ain't know what was going on.
I'm waiting for you to finish, is what I said. I'm waiting for you to finish, not waiting on you. Waiting for
Oh
you
no,
to
I was waiting
finish.
on you. I've been finished.
I've been in here.
These kids is bluffing. And I ain't say it's a spiritual warfare. Absolutely, baby. You ain't never lied about that. Yep. And that's the reason why we so hard on teaching you guys about mindset and about attitude. Because if you don't get that stuff right, it don't matter what you actually do. Like you ain't going to be able to go nowhere. And we're not going to be able to work with you. So absolutely, that is definitely on point. Cam got no post notifications on. Yeah, that's right, Cam. My funny thing is watch your page every day since I met you at the job classes at Baltimore. Man, you ain't watching it close enough. If you miss them opportunities, Taylor, you gonna text me? Okay. All right. Oh, Stinker, you late, y'all. I can't even laugh. Stinker say, oh, now you got your hair done. I can't even laugh because she late. She ain't been on here for a few days, so she wouldn't even know. We done already had a whole roast session about that.
It was a roast session? I didn't know. I didn't know.
And now you said I was truly blessed. I'm a text boss man, but I needed this because I'm currently going through something. Hey, and I promise you, baby, you hang with us, you're going to find yourself blessed every single day. You're going to find yourself leveling up in life. It's nobody that's connected to HeartSmiles, like really connected to HeartSmiles and not experiencing leveling up, being blessed and being connected. And like, this is why we do what we do, so that you guys can start to build your own network and start to find and walk in your own purpose, because this going to be you soon coming on here, talking to somebody else that needs your story, that needs what you got inside of you. So yeah, it's all about building you guys up however we can. Yeah. Hey, Miss Mo.
Hey, see, you see what I'm saying? You were actively talking. I was here, and now I'm just sitting there like,
I know, because we
waiting for
had
you to
such a
finish
powerful
talking.
conversation. No, you in this conversation too. Did you hear any of Mr. Will's
I heard
presentation?
some. Yeah, I came in on the part right when you were or he or you were showing the part from Oprah, and he was talking about what happened with his mom and like how the guy like spared his life, and I was just like, whoa, that is like extremely courage, like brave to get up there and tell your story and to be able to like talk about that, but then like just unbelievable too. So I was just like, wow.
Yeah. Yo, I couldn't imagine, yo.
Yeah.
Watching. I mean, it's bad enough if somebody tell you, yeah, your mother been shot in the face. But he watched his mother get shot in the face, watched his brother get shot in the head. Like, I can't even imagine, like, and that young, man.
How old was he? I
Strong.
didn't
He
catch
was
that part.
10. He was 10 when it happened. So it's like, yeah, you there, you know what's going on. Like, you are very aware at 10 years old, like what's happening. And you know, like he said, you know, that stays with him forever. So even the kids today, and thank y'all so much for being so sentimental. He said that even when the kids were saying, you know, sorry for your loss, and you know, they were giving their condolences, he still felt good about that because it's still relevant. He's like, even though it happened 30 some years ago, he was all like, you know, it still feels good to him when people acknowledge that loss, because that was a traumatic loss. Powerful story. Very, very powerful. Very powerful. Like, yo, to be a survivor from that and to still be positive and to still be out here helping other people. Like, now he's like an advocate for that type of stuff. So it's like, man, what a way to really use what you've been going through to help other people. Like, yo, that's why I say, yo, don't take your struggle for granted, yo, because your struggle is somebody else's strength. And you'll eventually graduate to your struggle becoming your strength. But that's why you gotta own whatever you're going through, man. You gotta own whatever you're going through and know that the time will come where that will be the foundation of your platform and you'll be able to use it for good.
Man. Like, I didn't, like I didn't catch the whole thing, but I came in right at that part and I was like, wow.
Yeah, no, you definitely gotta watch it. And he dropped jewel after jewel after jewel about these unhealthy relationships. And there's so many more kids that are even just within our circle that needed to hear that. So they need to go back like really too and watch that because yo, it's serious. It's serious.
Definitely is, man.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yay, Coy got the notifications on. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Miss Joni made me turn on my post notifications when I first made Instagram a long time ago. She made me do it. It's helpful. It just tells
like,
me all the time.
Why wouldn't you have your post notifications on? Why wouldn't you? Like, come on now. Like, yo, y'all gotta know. Now, if I was posting bull crap, then I would say, all right, don't even worry about it. But like, come on, man. You getting a jewel every day. You getting a quote every day.
You're getting free content.
Yeah, right? And that's, the primary way to communicate the opportunities. But you know what? I'm going to stop communicating opportunities on Instagram first, and I'm going to start communicating opportunities here first. Because the people that take the time to show up here and invest in yourself, that gives me the green light to invest in you. So all opportunities want to start coming through success sessions, and then I'll post them to Instagram.
Well, y'all heard it here. If you're not on here right now, then you didn't hear it. You missed it.
You missed it. Yo, because we got too much good stuff coming up. I was on a call yesterday. Like, yo, people are looking for money to be able to give to young people to invest in them to be able to work from home while we going through like this whole Rona situation, because they're expecting that even by the time we hit the summertime, it might necessarily be back to normal. Like, we'll be back to some type of normalcy, but not all normal. So they're like, all right, how can we pay kids to do work from home? And people are really getting money to be able to make this happen. And they know we produce the best leaders. So they like, all right, well, we know anybody that come from HeartSmiles, we're going to guarantee them a spot. So I'm like, all right, and I got a name to uphold. So I can't be sending them no scrap. I got the good leaders. Yeah, man. Listen.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Taylor wants me to talk about our voice session yesterday. Did y'all talk about that today this morning?
This morning? Oh, no. We had a great conversation about time management. We didn't talk about our voice at all.
Okay. Well, she wanted me to talk about it just because I was there, so I'm gonna say it real quick. We was all in tears last night. That was not the plan, especially for me. That was not the plan, but we were all in tears last night. If y'all looking for just like intimate conversations and just like talking about things that are on your mind, our voice. Taylor, listen, that's all I got for you for your promo. You can drop details in the comments, but no, it really is a powerful session. They talking about hair jewels. What are we talking about? Okay. But yeah, just wanted to say that real quick. You too, Miss Joni. You join sometimes if you have time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know my days be filled up. But yes, absolutely.
For real.
Yeah, man. But what we talking about today? What we got today?
We're talking about motivational gifts today. The idea came very interestingly to me, but yeah, we're gonna talk about like what motivational gifts are, how you determine them, and like why it's good to kind of know what they are. And it's an actual test that you can take. Like, you don't have to like sit there and do like a bunch of deep reflection. I mean, you can do deep reflection with your results, but if you just looking for like surface level, like what it is, then you could take a test to like tell you what it is. So I'm just gonna go through the gifts. I'm gonna go through my results. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And I'm gonna go through like how you can take the test and all that.
But they wilding out in the comments right now. So I think you need to probably take maybe like 30 seconds to talk about this Our Voice, because now you got everybody riled up. Yeah, you got everybody riled up, y'all. I can't even hear. They so loud, y'all. So like, it's a powerful moment. Tell them about our moment. I can see Cam now spilling smoothie everywhere. Tell them about our moment.
Not spilling smoothie everywhere. All right, y'all. I'll do the full rundown, free promotion. Okay, so Our Voice is a session that happens on Tuesdays and Saturdays. It's meant like purposefully for y'all to be able to get FaceTime with one another, because obviously we are not in a place where we can see each other for our regular programming. And so one of its primary purposes is so that you can actually see each other's faces and hear each other's voices in real time. And on like a group level, because like, yeah, you can call certain people, you can FaceTime certain people, but you can get in like a small group setting. And so Cam actually led yesterday, and her topic was determining good friends versus bad friends. And so we were talking about like just like qualities of good friends and bad friends. And so we had a moment that they talking about yesterday where like I said, literally all of us were let me not say all of us, but most of us were in tears. They even had me up there just shedding a little bit of tears. Because Cam's closing activity was we had to tell everybody what we loved about them. So I think it was like 6 or 7 of us on there. And we had to take time and, tell each person what we love about them. And so it was a way to uplift one another, and a way to like just tell everybody what you thought and what you loved about them. And it was really, really powerful. It was really, really, really powerful. And we actually went an hour over. So it's only supposed to be an hour session. We went a whole hour over. So we ended around 9 o'clock last night. Started at 7, maybe like 8:50, but either way, almost a whole hour over. So because the closing activity itself took a long time.
Wow.
But
well, I'm glad I wasn't on there, because y'all know I got an ice box. I can't be exposed to that level of emotional stuff. That's crazy. So y'all was crying because y'all was telling each other what y'all loved about each other.
Yes, if you take time to thoughtfully tell people what you love about them, it's very, very. I wasn't sitting up there planning on crying. I was just like, wow. And then somebody said they was crying. Normally, like my tears come from seeing other people cry or like hearing it in their voice. And I was like, oh, man, they got me. But you know what? On Zoom, we had this wonderful little feature just like this, where you can no longer see my face. So you don't know where, what is happening or whatever emotion. But yeah, no, we were just vibing out, connecting with one another. That's what we were doing.
Yeah, no, my icebox wouldn't have been able to take that. That's
all good. It will come back, right?
But that's great though. That's amazing. Like I'm glad that we had this space. And again, shout out to Taylor for creating it. Because like,
I don't know if y'all can hear me. And
that's what it's about.
Right now.
Ms. Mo, are you there, y'all? Why are you in the ghetto, y'all? Y'all, we don't know. Is she back? You back?
It shut down. It like completely crashed. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, it crashed. I didn't know what was happening. It froze and then it just went away. I'm sorry, were you saying something?
No, I was just saying that, well, shout out to Taylor for creating this space, because this is what we say. This is what we mean when we say, like, we build leaders. So, like, for her to be able to create something that's so valuable for other young people, that is leadership in its truest form. And to have something that's so authentic for people to be able to come to, be themselves, and just kind of have this safe environment. Like, Taylor, that's an amazing thing. Like, and for you guys to support that, support her as the leader and to contribute, and to add value to that, like, that's amazing. And it's only going to get better and better and better and better as more young people start to find out about it and start to be involved and start to add their own value to it. Like, that's amazing. That's amazing. I'm super proud of you guys. So I'm not on every single one of them, but I have been on some of them. I'm glad I missed that one last night, because I told y'all my ice box can't take it.
I feel like it's not all the way an ice box.
It's definitely all the way an ice box. Lamar said he had to brighten up the mood.
He
Yay,
did.
Lamar.
He did. He was like, I think he was last to go. So he had to, like, because Lamar has a very, like, and this is what I said I loved about him. He has a very distinct personality, and he's like borderline goofy, but he's still productive. So like he just got up there and just started joking around. But we were crying, laughing, not crying, sad. We were crying, laughing by the time.
Yeah, the wavy came, man.
He got choreography for his brand.
What? For real?
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not gonna do it, but I'm not lying. So next time he on one of these, tell him to do it.
Okay. All right. We doing that. All right. So what we got again today, you said?
Oh, Lord.
We doing something with our purpose? No, we doing something with motivation.
Yes, motivational gifts. But real quick, shout out to Taylor and her team of Cam and Mar for doing our voice. All right, so here we go.
They keep correcting me, talking about something the wavy way. Wavy King.
Wavy King is James's Instagram name. That's a whole different person. That's a whole different person.
Where is James at? Who is James?
Anyway, I'm just letting you know that Wavy King is already a person, so you can't call Lamar Wavy King.
Listen, I don't know. Throne look mighty empty today.
Lamar is the Wavy Way, and James is the Wavy King. So just let you know for future. And Cam, it's completely fine. Listen, whatever organically flows is what organically flows. I don't mind. But I love every single one of y'all in here. So hi to all of y'all. So we're going to talk about, again, like I said, what are your motivational gifts? And we're going to try to get through this. All right. So when you look it up and we go through kind of the session, when we go through like the website and going through it, you're going to think it's like a Christian test. And that's because it was developed out of like a Christianity like mindset, but it's used in like different organizations, it's used in different careers, it's used in different kind of settings. So it's Christian based, but not Christian exclusive. So if you are someone who identifies as a Christian, someone who believes in God, and you're familiar with the Bible, you're more than welcome to visit Romans 12, specifically verses 6-8. And see what those are. And if you're, not into that, then that's completely fine as well. So a motivational gift. Hey, James. James is here. He's here.
Who got him out the grave?
Nobody.
James ain't been on all day.
Okay. So a motivational gift is a major tendency. An ability that you are given for a greater purpose, and it helps to identify what drives you in particular. All right, so what are the 7 motivational gifts? So as you're identifying what these gifts are, you're going to notice like the results are broken down into percentages. We all have characteristics of these particular gifts and of these particular things. However, um, however, you're going to be more of one than the other and vice versa. There's 7 of them. So we're going to, you're going to switch back and forth, should I say. So we have perceiver, server, teacher, encourager, giver, ruler. And then this, I feel like this one is random because it doesn't like fit the form of the other ones, but mercy. So I feel like it should be like mercy giver or something like that, but it's just mercy. So yeah, these are the 7 motivational gifts. We're going to talk about what each one of them means and characteristics of them. All right, so the perceiver, generally knows right from wrong. Usually has high standards. So when you're messing with a perceiver, like you can't bring like low quality things to a perceiver. Like you can't bring low quality anything really to a perceiver. They have high standards of themselves, but they also have high standards of everybody else. And because of that, they may be, looked at as kind of like critical or judgmental, but you have to kind of understand what a perceiver is and where they're coming from. And you have to understand that particular gift. So as you're going through, these gifts, it'll say like in the description, like you can be viewed as critical, and that is if you don't understand what the gift means. So yeah, they can be critical or seen as critical. They normally have a loyal and connected circle. And that's because they don't normally like have a whole bunch of just friends a whole bunch of people around them just to have them around them. They're very intentional, very just not too much with the bull crap kind of people. And they cannot stand when somebody's being unjust or there's unfair, someone's being unfair. And that goes with themselves and then for other people. They are primarily motivated by standing up for what is right. And if there are any questions, of course, as always, or anything where you want me to stop and kind of explain more or talk about something more, feel free to do so. So a server is able to quickly identify what needs to be done. The first normally in situations to offer help in whatever kind of aspect they're kind of moving in. Shows loyalty through action. So they're not talkers, they're doers. So they will show, their particular loyalty or their particular connectedness towards you by actually, doing acts of service. Normally quiet and reserved. Again, another kind of type of person that keeps a close and connected circle. And then they're very like behind the scenes people. So they're not looking for recognition. They're not looking for an audience. They're not, as a matter of fact, if there is an audience or like recognition, they shy away from that particular thing. So if it's like a task that requires an audience, I mean, as long as it has a greater purpose, they'll do it. But if it's just for that recognition, they're not going to be into doing it. And then they are motivated by helping others. The teacher is the great debater. So they are very knowledgeable, very intellectual, generally know, and not necessarily book smart either. Like they generally just know a lot of things about other things. So they're constantly like challenging ideas, challenging opinions, and just challenging in general. They always are seeking to gain greater understanding. So they're always, just making sure that they understand completely what's going on. There are no missing details. And that they understand like another person as well. So instead of like being critical or judgmental, they're like, okay, well, why did you do this certain thing? Or how do you do this certain thing? So they're always seeking understanding. They get bored with routine. So they're like, all right, I'm not trying to be like on a particular schedule. I'm not trying to, do the same thing at the same time every single day. I'm trying to again gain greater understanding and gain more knowledge. So I don't want to do the same things all the time. I want to learn how to do new things all the time. And because of this, like they want to learn new things all the time, but they also may be focused on like certain areas. So they'll be the experts in their field. So the thing that they're truly passionate about, the things that they truly want to do, they'll be experts at it, and they'll continue to seek knowledge in order to be experts, no matter how it evolves or how it plays out. So definitely experts. And then they enjoy learning so that they can pass it on to others. So the learning is not self-fulfilling. The learning is, okay, I want to be an expert in this particular field. That way I can pass on knowledge about this particular subject or field on to others. So they are motivated by helping others learn. The next one is the encourager. So the encourager supports others. They generally have an extroverted personality. So they're talking to other people, wondering what other people are involved in, and they want to support other people in whatever they're involved in. They're generally considerate people. So they're thinking about people, and they're thinking about how their actions affect other people. So they can be offended when people are not considerate towards them. They know what consideration is. They define what consideration is. They know what it looks like. So they know what it doesn't look like. And so they can become offended when people are not showing them basically the same consideration that they're showing other people. And then they have a charming leadership style. These type of people are generally like leaders, and people enjoy when they are leaders, because of their supportive kind of style and like hyping each other up and just kind of, also on to the next one, being optimistic, their optimistic mindset. So they are motivated by supporting and hyping others up, and just always being there for other people, and supporting them. The giver. The giver is, it's not just about financial and like money. Um, it's about like just like giving time. It can be money, not solely money, but it can be money, giving time, giving space, giving opportunity, just creating a giving spirit. So they're just generous. They usually make personal sacrifices. So they're constantly giving into to other people and to what they want and how they're doing certain things. Um, and so they're not normally concerned with themselves. And not, let me not even say not normally concerned with themselves. They're rarely concerned with themselves. And so because of this, these are the people, the givers are the ones that you hear that are associated with like burnout, because they're constantly giving to other people, they're constantly pouring into other people and not taking care of themselves. Therefore, they burn out, and they can fall hard. They can fall real hard if they're not careful. They're generally independent. They're not looking for, any support really. They want to, give. They're kind of just like more reserved, and just want to do it and figure it out by themselves. And then these kind of people also have an entrepreneurial spirit. So they'll create the organizations or create the entities or create the businesses that are geared towards helping other people and geared towards giving people certain resources that they feel like people need, or they may be listening to people and seeing what the people are saying that they want. So they'll create the organizations to give people what they want and what they need. And they are motivated by the desire to help others. I believe we had two more. The ruler has the ability to see the big picture. So they take everything, they look at everything, they look at all the steps, the nooks and crannies, the different functions, all of that kind of stuff, and they're able to see the big picture in the midst of the chaos. So if there is a bunch of chaos going on, they're able to kind of look forward and still move towards that particular goal or whatever you're trying to reach out for. They have a take charge attitude. They can be called bossy, but they generally like just get people together. Like if there is like that kind of that chaos or that kind of like just not being organized kind of spirit within like a team or something, they're the people that emerge and like, okay, everybody get it together, we got to do this, we got to do this. They're able to put people kind of in places in order to continue to move forward, moving everyone towards a common goal. They're cautious and aware, so they normally are the ones that catch the problems before they happen or before they're great enough to kind of mess everything up. And they're very just like detail oriented, so like they're paying attention, they're being observant, and still moving everybody forward. And then they rule with love. So it's not like a dictatorship with a ruler. It's not like everybody do what I say, but they're like, okay, they'll take time to connect with people and talk to people about their strengths, definitely, but also talk about their weaknesses. And they'll also be able to recognize their own weaknesses and make sure that everybody's able to overcome them. Excuse me. Then they're motivated by helping others move towards a common goal. Cam says she's definitely think that she's a giver. Ms. Jones, you want to take the test live to determine what you are? You can. I'm just saying. No, I'm gonna pull it up. That's why I asked. I wasn't planning on it, but if you want to, you can. She said, I'm not sure what I am. Yeah, I see parts of myself in so many. I gotta see them all on one screen. Hey, Miss Trina. Yeah. So, like I said, kind of in the beginning, like we all have qualities of all of these. But the way that the results break it down, and I'm gonna show you again my results, but the way that the results are broken down, it shows you like percentage that you are leaning more towards. So mercy, again, the one I just feel like they kind of tagged on, definitely still important, definitely still a motivational gift. I just wonder where they got this particular one from. Well, I guess they got it from the Bible, but yeah. The mercy giver, the one who shows mercy, is generally a good listener, desire to relieve others' pain. So if they see people struggling, if they see people who are genuinely just having a hard time, genuinely in pain, whether that may be physical pain, emotional pain, whole pain, they seek that out, but they're also able to, empathize with that particular pain, resonate with it, and then be able to support somebody as a result of it. Normally patient people, very, very patient and tolerant people, probably give a little bit more time towards things than they should, but they're just there to listen and take in things and just be, a helping hand. These kind of people have to set boundaries because they are very receiving people. So these kind of people come to them and tell them like all their problems and ask them for all the advice, and are generally accessible all the time. And because of this, they have to be able to set boundaries, or people are just going to be doing whatever they want to do to them all the time and using them for wherever they want to use them for all the time. And that's where like the mercy kind of can fail this type of person, and then they're generally compassionate. So they are motivated by taking care of others. And so, yeah, y'all. So if y'all want to take it, so Miss Trina said, so I see that y'all are saying, so Karen said she thinks she a giver, and then Maya said she don't really know. And Miss Trina said, isn't there a survey or quiz to find out what your gifts are? Yes, Miss Trina. So yeah, I'm about to put it up in a few minutes, of what the actual website looks like, and how you can take the test. And I can also put the link somewhere. I can send it to whoever wants it. All right, so I'm sending it to Amaya because she just said to send it to her. So I'll send it to you, Amaya, and Anaya. I don't want to pronounce your name wrong. I'm sorry. Anaya or Anaya. I'll send it to you too. Y'all just, I'm gonna put my phone number in here. Y'all just, or I'm gonna put my Instagram in here. Just kidding. I'm gonna put my Instagram in here. My Instagram in here, and y'all DM me and tell me if you want the link, and I'll send it to you. Not my phone number. Sorry. Yeah. So let me know. But yeah, so some people are saying they don't know. So why is it important? Miss, you're only gonna take the test live, y'all. So we finna do it. It's 33 questions, so just let you know. It's 33 questions and it's on a scale, so it's not like a yes or no thing. I mean, you say you was gonna take it live. Listen, you ain't asking about the logistics. You just
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna just run through it. Come on.
Okay.
Dang, I thought it was like 5 questions.
No, it's 33. But I thought when I first, looked at it, I thought it was longer. It doesn't take that long. It takes like 10 minutes. So why is this important? It's really to validate the gifts that are already there and already inside of you. If you don't happen to know what they are, then you can identify them. But generally, you know these things about yourself. It just gives you the why behind it. So yeah, listen, y'all gotta look at my results. We finna pull this up for Miss Joni to do.
No, we want to see your results too.
You can see mine after you take the test.
Oh, wow.
You want to see mine now, or you want to see it after you do yours?
Let's see yours now. You already prepared to show us yours. Why you trying to cheat?
I'm not trying to cheat. I just said that you was gonna do it first, and then I was gonna do it. That's all I said. All right, but that's okay. All right, so these are my results, y'all. And so according to this particular test, I identify with the teacher classification the most. The next one up is the giver. And then we have the showing mercy, the server, and then the encourager and the ruler kind of tied up. And then the perceiver was kind of like my last one. So I'm gonna go back to the teacher if y'all are curious as to what that is and what that, if you need a reminder of what that is. So according to this test, this is my most prominent motivational gift. And so a great debater, I don't necessarily agree with that one because I feel like I don't be not arguing with people, but I don't challenge people too much, but I think I'm doing a little bit more, so maybe, I don't know. Always seeking to gain greater understanding, absolutely. I am always curious and always willing to understand more things and how things work. Get bored with routine. Yeah, so I do and I can. I feel like I used to operate out of I needed a routine kind of situation. I do have a general framework, but it doesn't always go the way that it should. An expert in particular fields, I seek to do that. I definitely seek to know as much as possible, and being able to pass that particular knowledge off. So according to this test, and I think I thought I was gonna be the server more, but that's okay. I think that was my next one, so it's all good. So yeah, those are my results. I don't know if you wanted to comment on them or not. Those are my results.
Yeah, no, it's very insightful. This that one that say gets bored with routine. Like I'm the whole opposite of that. Like I thrive off of routine. Like I do everything the same every day. Clothes that I wear to the breakfast that I have in the morning, it is the same. Like
Yeah. So I mean, listen, it is what it is. You about to see what it's I'm about to tell you now. So y'all, this is the website. It's gifttest.org. Again, I can send it to you. I can like literally put it in here, but also if for some reason you can't see it or you just want me to send it to you, personally, then I can absolutely do that too. So yeah, here we go. I think it says take this test now. Just wait on it. Just wait. Yeah. Let me refresh it. Oh nope. Oh, there you go. All right, here we go. So it says motivational gift survey. It just like thanks you for coming to the website, and it's in a very like light font for some reason. So can you see that?
yeah.
Can you see what it
All
says?
right. So I'm just gonna tell you what to click, right? All right. So for number one, I give generously and joyfully to people in need. Do 5. No, do 4 almost all the time. I can create order out of chaos. Do 5. I coordinate people and resources to get things done. 5. I actively support organizations that help the less fortunate. You can do 4. I do useful, helpful things for people. 5. I enjoy research projects. Let me see what this 0 say. Scroll up a little bit. Absolutely not true. Yeah, do that one. I have an extraordinary ability to sympathize with those who are suffering. Yeah, you can do 4 for that one. I'm candid and open and expressing what I think and feel. Do 3. All right. What approximate percent of your income do you donate? Like, yo, where's the 100%? All of my money goes to these kids. All right, yeah. All right. I show my feelings by what I do for others more than I say to them. 5. I tend to analyze everything. No, I do 2, sometimes true. Crying with others and sharing their pain is a valuable use of my time. Do it too, yo. No, a 1. True only in rare situations. I have an extraordinary ability to be around people who are in pain. You could do 5 for that. All right. I prefer doing a job instead of delegating it to someone else to complete. You can do 2, sometimes true. I'm a bold person. You can do 1. I make people feel joyful. You can do 3, usually true. I enjoy the challenge of establishing new procedures for others to use. You can do 3. I'm a talkative person. 0. I love to study. 0. I always speak the truth, even at the risk of confronting my superiors. You can do 5. I often offer to assist people in practical ways. Yeah, you can do 5 for that. When I see people in pain, my heart forces me to help them find relief. Yeah, you can do 4. I'm a very social person. You could do 0. I'm frugal in my personal spending, so I have extra to give to others. You could do 4. I enjoy helping others learn. You could do 5. Compared to other people I know, I spend a larger amount of time consoling those who are hurt. 5. I make decisions and make things happen quickly. 5. Always speak the truth, even if it causes pain or hurt feelings. 10. I am energized by enlivening people. What do that mean? Enlivening people. What do that mean?
Like breathing energy into them and like making them feel like alive, but like empowered, but like making them feel like positive emotions.
Oh, wow. You can give me a 5 for that. All right. Please tell us what your occupation is, and you can put nonprofit leader. Please tell us what your desired occupation is. Yeah, nonprofit leader. Please tell us what you see as your talents, abilities, such as mechanical, mathematical, speaking. Talents and abilities. I don't know. Can you put helping others? And please tell us your gender, female. All right, let's get these results.
All right. Here we go, y'all. So it gives it to you, you know, when your Wi-Fi is not like mine. All right, here we go. All right, so dang, why your percentage is so high? So hold on, let me see if I can move it.
I need to see the definitions of them though too.
I know, but let's show the people first so they can see, because they couldn't see any of what we were doing just now because of the other font.
Oh yeah, that's why I was reading them. But let me take a picture of this.
Okay.
All right. So the server and the giver tied at 85. So the ruler 90%. Hey yo, let me see.
All right. Okay. So the ruler.
What's the ruler, y'all?
Rulers have an ability to see the big picture and therefore look ahead for possibilities and dangers. A ruler brings order by setting up structures, systems, and methods for others to follow. The motivation of a ruler is to guide everyone toward a common goal. Hence, rulers are protectors. This gives them an assertive, take charge attitude, often causing rulers to appear bossy to other people who do not understand the gift. What y'all think, y'all? So let's see what y'all think in the comments about Miss Joni being a ruler.
That's kind of mess, because I thought I was go back to perceiver, because that's what I thought I was.
Okay.
They have a sense of right and wrong and holds high standards. They have a unique ability to protect when things aren't right. This information is not always positive and well received. As a result, perceivers can be too direct or inconsiderate of other feelings when their intention is to help move people. Motivated to stand up for what is right. They have an intense disdainful injustice, perceivers sensitive about that. Okay.
You read that real fast. Like, you have to read it because they can't read it on the thing.
I did.
Okay, you read it for you. I'm gonna read it again because you read it for you, but you was mumbling. It's fine. It's okay. I'm not gonna read it. But do you agree with these results? Should I say?
I mean, I don't know. I really got to look at them again. The ruler at 90%. I can see why they gave that to me, because Like what they said was absolutely true. But I definitely don't like, and correct me if I'm wrong, like I don't try to come off like bossy or anything like that, like in my leadership style. Like, my leadership style is very much open, which is probably why my intern is falling off, because like I don't do a whole lot of hands-on unless you ask me to. Like my leadership style is very much give you the space and the opportunity to kind of grow and learn for yourself. And then I just kind of support you however that may look for you, but definitely don't like to be bossy. This server and giver tied at 85%. Yeah, that's a little crazy. Yeah, servers are motivated by helping others, fixing problems, and completing tasks. They're quick to identify tasks that need to be done, and they are mindful of their surroundings. Servers are efficient and keep things moving. They keep on task and often keep others on task to be sure needs are met. Servers have a natural ability to plan ahead and put in place what will be needed. Yeah, I can agree with that. And the other one was what, the giver? Givers are motivated to be generous. Sometimes this is by charitable work or organizations that provide for the disadvantaged. Other givers excel in critical thinking, design, and math and sciences, enabling them to establish projects or organizations of their own that provide direct support for needs of others. Although some do not experience a financial or entrepreneurial aspect of their gift, they are still compelled to give in some way and meet a particular need of others through a specific call in their life. That right there, I can see why now I feel like that would have been like my number one, but I can see why it's not, because it's not like I just naturally woke up and said, oh, I'm going to give all my money away, or I'm going to donate all my time to help people. I did that out of a commitment. So like, definitely I can see why. I can see why on that. And my least one was the one you had first. 35% on the teacher. That's wow.
That is what it is. I think that now like reread it, and you definitely have to go back and reread these things. There's no way that I can memorize all of these definitions and everything for all 7 of them. That's why I like that they give you your percentages and they, re-explain what all of them are. But that ruler, they probably should consider like renaming it, because Amaya, I think, and Cam were in here talking about they should rename it. Oh, Cam said, yeah, it should be like the leader or the visionary. And I think that would be, yeah, I think that would be a cool way to kind of do that. But y'all, these words I think came from the Bible, so that's probably why they they named them the way that they did. But yeah, I definitely like the visionary, and I see why they would deem you the most as the ruler. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. So yeah, man, that's the test. Y'all saw it live.
Yeah, y'all saw it live.
That's what it is. That's the results of Miss Jody, and y'all could take it. It doesn't restrict you. Some of these tests, like, they'll tell you that you can only take it once or whatever, but it doesn't restrict you on how many times you can take it. So, I mean, I'm not saying take it and get the results that you want, but I think probably the first time you've taken it would probably be the most organic. And then if you think that that's wrong, then okay, it's up to you to go back and take it again. But yeah, take some time and take it if y'all want to. I'm sorry, it's almost 1 o'clock. All right, my jewel is know your gifts and be able to pass them on. So be able to identify what they are and make sure that you're always in place to pass them on to other people and share them with other people.
Yeah. That's a great jewel. And when y'all do y'all gifts, post them and tag me so I can see what y'all got too.
Yeah, I want to see that too. So yeah, post them and tag her.
Thank you, Miss Mo.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you. You see us tomorrow, right?
Live, y'all. Yep, of course. Here every day. Monday through Friday,
tomorrow
same
at 12
time.
o'clock.
Love y'all. See you later.
All right, y'all. Another great session with Miss Mo. That test was interesting, man. But I agree with y'all, man. They should have named that thing visionary. I don't like them trying to call me the ruler. Like, yeah, no, I don't like that. But Cass said we don't even need to ask you where you drew it no more. Nah, because she already know how we do. So she gonna send the link. Make sure y'all send her a DM on Instagram. She gonna send y'all the link. So it's break time, man. Go ahead and take y'all break. Y'all already know 2 o'clock. We coming back with Miss Kaitlyn for academics. Any kind of academic work that you need, 2 o'clock is the place to be, y'all. Send biology, send social studies, send math, send whatever you got. We getting people on grade level. So take your break, have fun. I'll see y'all back here hopefully at 2 o'clock for the academic session with Miss Kaitlyn. Hey, y'all. We are back. Got Miss Kaitlyn coming on for the academic portion. And we got Coach Johnson coming on. You know, Coach Johnson always got some good academic problems. He had us going through that biology stuff the other day. So that should be interesting. He should be here in about 10 minutes or so. But yeah, y'all. In the meantime, though, if you got anything, man, put it in the comments. You know, Miss Kaitlyn lives for this academic stuff. There she go. Hey, Miss Kaitlyn.
Hi.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. We had a powerful session today, Miss Kaitlyn.
Yeah, tell me about it.
If you don't watch any of them, you definitely got to go back and watch this one. But the
Really?
guy, his name is William Calibre. You ever heard of him?
Mm-mm.
Man, he's in like, I want to say he's in like his late 40s now, maybe early 50s. But when he was 10 years old, his mother's boyfriend shot his mom in the face, right in front of him, in the house, right in front of him. And then shot his younger brother in the head.
Oh my God.
And he just tells the story. And when the boyfriend was about to kill him, he said he asked the boyfriend, he was like, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. He said he looked up to God and was like, please don't kill me. And the boyfriend was like, you can leave. So he let him go. He ended up committing suicide, but like the story was just so powerful and so uplifting. And now he's committed like his life's work to being an advocate for like gun violence, domestic violence, and all that type of stuff. And like he just dropped so many jewels about, you know, being able to stay safe, being able to recognize like some of those early signs, like all those things that we kind of take for granted. Sorry, y'all, I'm in the ghetto, y'all, sorry. But yeah, like very, very, very powerful session. Like it was truly a blessing.
Yeah, that's really heavy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the kids had a lot of like good questions and comments and all that stuff, because you know they experiencing trauma all the time. So just being able to talk through, you know, like how do you get through some of those situations, and you know, how do you turn your pain into passion and all that type of stuff like that. It's just really an amazing conversation.
Yeah, wow. I'm so glad that he got to come on. And yeah, I bet that was really powerful for a lot of our heartbeats. So
oh yeah, for sure. For sure. We talking about a part 2 sometime soon. So.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Whew.
I know. I didn't mean to give it to you like that, but it was real.
No. I need to go back and watch it.
You gotta watch it.
That's a lot. That's crazy.
You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. And you gotta hear him talk about it. You gotta watch it.
What time was he on?
He was at 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whew, yeah. All right. Well, it's good that he was on, and it's unfortunate that he has that story, but amazing that he's using it to share his passion and to, I don't know, inform young people. So
yeah, it's amazing. So your man Coach Johnson is coming. He said he gonna be on in about 10 minutes or so. He's in the ghetto in the car again.
Is he gonna get on when he's in the car, or is he
No, he said at 2:10. So I said, all right. Yeah. So about 6 more minutes or so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. I'm still clearing my brain from that.
I know. We've been doing it all day, Miss Kaitlyn. We've been doing it all day. Like, it's just a miracle that he's here and a blessing that he's using it for something good.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's he from?
DC.
Wow. Yeah. And does he live in DC now, or does he live in Baltimore?
No, now he lives in Baltimore. And really? That's how I met him. Yeah, he's the director of the health department.
Oh, what?
Exactly. And you know, we do a lot of work with the health department. So, you know, I met him through some of the work, and I knew that he was extraordinary, but I didn't really understand the extent.
Right.
until recently, maybe like a few weeks ago. And that's when I was like, oh no, you gotta come to this session. Like you got, like, I knew you were amazing. I knew you were great, but this just takes a cake because now our young people can see, you know, somebody who is so successful, but came from something so tragic. So it's like, now you literally have no excuse as to why you still can't make something positive of yourself.
Yeah, that's real.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Whew, good. Yeah.
I know. It's a lot, Miss Kaitlyn. I know.
I'm just processing. I should have watched it earlier.
I know. Yeah, I know. I hate to bang you in your head like that, but it was too good.
Yeah. All right.
It was too good. Yeah, Maya on here. Hey, Maya. Hey, Cam. Hey, Lamar.
Cool.
They've been hanging with us all day, yo. They some real troopers, yo.
Yeah, they're the best. That's awesome. So maybe I guess I can start us off by maybe I can review some of the stuff that we went over last time so that for anyone watching, they can be all caught up so that when Coach Johnson gets on, we can just jump right into his next things that he's doing.
Oh, we doing biology?
We're doing biology. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I like that one about the ancestor in common. Yeah. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. That's why West Baltimore got them rats and East Baltimore got them squirrels.
Yeah, no, that's like real though.
Yeah, but they got an ancestor in common.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Cool. So I will share.
Cool. Coach Johnson said, I'm pulling up to my house. Okay, Coach Johnson.
Perfect. Great. So, yeah, okay. So if you're just watching for the first time, we started last Friday, we started on a project that is a senior project, and it is for a biology class. And if you don't know me, biology is my jam. It's my favorite subject. I love it so much. I could talk about it all day. And so these lessons have been like the highlight of my whole week. So I'm very excited. And so on Friday, we came up with a research question that we were going to basically find out. We were going to research this. And so we decided we were going to look at what are the similarities and differences in the physical characteristics, the behaviors, and the genetics between Pacific and Atlantic salmon. So just to give you some background, like we know what salmon is, right? It's a fish. You can buy it in the store. It's often like pink. It looks pink in the package. It's kind of expensive. I don't eat it that often at all. But some people might. And so there are salmon that live in the Atlantic Ocean. There are salmon that live in the Pacific Ocean. And so what we wanted to know, are these things related? They're both called salmon, but does that mean that they're actually related? Because sometimes common names of things can be misleading, right? For example, I guess this is kind of a silly example, but if you looked at a tree, like if you're looking at a tree that looks like this, like a Christmas tree or like an evergreen tree, right? This is a tree. And then you also look at the kind of trees that we have mostly in Baltimore, which more look like this, right? This is a tree too. So this is a tree and this is a tree. But like, we know that they're related, right? We know that they're both trees. They have something in common. And we know that because they have similarities in their physical characteristics. Like they both have a trunk, right? They both have leaves or needles. They both have branches. So we can tell that two things are related based on some of their physical characteristics. We can also look at their DNA, and we can also look at their behavior. So we know that trees, for example, are only going to grow if they're exposed to sunlight. They're only going to grow if they have access to water, right? So these are some behaviors that are similar between these two trees. And even though they look really, really different and they're found in totally different parts, like we don't really see these kinds of trees as much in Baltimore, they're both still trees. They're both still related. So this is kind of the question that we wanted to explore, not with trees, but with salmon. And so Coach Johnson started us off on Friday by explaining some of the physical characteristics of different types of salmon. So we had these 4 different types that we looked at, the Atlantic, the Coho, the Pink, and the Chinook. And so he explained really, that they eat similar types of things. They both look very similar. They have some differences, but they look pretty similar. They're both anadromous, which means that they spawn, which means that they leave the ocean, they go to rivers, they have their babies and come back. So we know that these fish have a lot of characteristics that are similar. So then on Monday,
You got questions popping up, Miss Kaitlyn.
What?
You got questions popping up.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Sweet. That's amazing. I'm actually not on the YouTube channel. Can you ask me some of them?
Yeah. So Lamar says, I have a problem with my biology work, but it's about strawberry DNA.
Oh my gosh, yes. Give me all the strawberry DNA questions.
Strawberry DNA. And I don't even know how to say this word. I need help with the power rule of logarithms. I don't know. LOGARITHMS.
Yeah, you got it. Logarithms. That's not biology, but we can definitely help with that too.
Oh, okay. You blowing up, Miss Kaitlyn.
Wow, this is very exciting.
But it's about strawberry DNA.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Give me. Here we go. Yes, Lamar, I can help you for sure. Yeah, I can help anyone and everyone with their questions, for sure.
Hey, Coach Johnson.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Cool, sorry, I'm just looking at these questions on the YouTube channel now. Okay, because I missed my teacher meeting. She didn't post anything about the experiment if you missed it, so I'm at a loss. Okay, Lamar, what I have to say to you is you have to figure out at least what assignment you're supposed to be doing. But I know that lab, like I've done that lab before. So I know the gist of it, but I need to know a little bit more specifically what you need help with. But yeah. Maya, you can text me and I can help you with those. We're probably going to focus on biology today, but and honestly, I don't know what the power rule of logarithms is, but I'll have to look it up, but I can help you with it if you just text me. So that's what and yeah. Okay. Now I'm ready for you, Coach.
What's doing today though, so far?
Good. Bless. I can't complain at all. You was on our session earlier. Had a great session.
Definitely was. It was pretty like shocking, but you know, I don't know. Like shocking, like it was different. Like I don't know, it was like a different, it's different than any other success session we ever had like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Computer. Oh, that's why, because I put the wrong password in there.
Get your computer out the ghetto, man.
No, I put the wrong. I ain't put my whole school ID number in there yet, so I had the wrong one.
Maya said, "How about chemistry?"
Mm-hmm. I just responded to her.
Oh.
You know, Miss Donnie, you know, I don't know what you did, but you made that little text message and everybody started calling my phone. The Y, Miss England, my principal, they called my phone for like that day. And then they asked me stuff. And then they was like, all right, I'm gonna give you a call back and see if we can work it out. And I've been texting them and calling them back since then. And ain't nobody talked to me since. One person I talked to was Miss England.
Wow.
So I still am not in my class or nothing.
Oh, really?
And I got graded for some Spanish work in third quarter that we wasn't supposed to get graded for. The principal even said that. She was like, you're not supposed to get graded for it. So it took my grade down from an 85 to a 65, which is a D, and then dropped my GPA down to a 2.6.
Oh man, that's frustrating.
She said she gonna get it situated. I hope she do, because that's not a good GPA for me. My GPA usually be 3.0s or higher.
Yeah. Yeah, keep us updated on that, okay? It's kind of crazy. It's hard to remember that teachers also don't know how to teach over, like, it's hard to be in school virtually, but teachers, it's hard for them to also teach virtually. And there's probably a lot of inconsistencies that are going on right now. And so, yeah, we got to cut them some slack, but we also have to keep them accountable for what they said before COVID happened. So,
Principal, she said she'd get it situated, and she not. So that's my whole biggest. That's my biggest thing to do.
mm-hmm.
So I got mine pulled up right here.
Cool.
What's it? Yesterday, I saw you Monday, right, Miss Kaitlyn? So yesterday, I did the definition of a gene. Let me see where it's at. Let's go down to the page. Definition of a gene. So I have the definition of a gene. Hold on, let me see, because my computer is slow.
So we did the structure of DNA. That's what we did on Monday. So first, can we start with that? Can you tell me what you wrote for the structure of DNA, just to summarize?
Going down. I don't see it no more in my Google Docs. Yeah, it was taking so long, but I'm trying to re-find it back again because I can't find it in my Google Classroom. It's not popping up. I don't even know where's my work at anymore. No.
So you can't find the notes that you took in between Wednesday and now?
That's what I'm saying. Can't find it.
Okay. Well, can you remember it all off the top of your head?
Yeah, I can remember the structure. Basically, we was looking at like our ancestors, who was like the biggest ancestor. It's called, I forgot what it's called. You have to, is that it? The biggest ancestor. We did about the dogs. We did about the German Shepherd, the Chihuahua, the pit bull. What else we do?
Yeah, we talked about common ancestors.
Yeah, that's where common ancestors.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I really can't
and so we said that common ancestors are gonna what with relation to the structure of their DNA?
Say that again.
So what do common ancestors have to do with the structure of DNA? Remember when we talked about A, T, C, G, T? So this is Me.
And
And then you would be A, C, C, G, T. The one that's different is the C or the T, right? But overall, we have similar structure to our DNA, right?
talking about how me and you had the same DNA, and a banana is different DNA, and the only thing that was changed was the A and the C.
Yeah. So common ancestors have similar DNA structure. Okay, we also talked about nucleotides. So DNA is made of these things called nucleotides.
Mm.
And those are like the little building blocks that makes up DNA, right? And nucleotides can either be an A, a T, a C, or a G, right? And the A and the T go together and the C and the G go together. Okay, we also know that DNA, you told me, is what, single or double-stranded?
DNA is double-stranded.
Yeah, so these are all characteristics of the structure of DNA. Okay, so then let's talk about the definition of a gene. Do you remember what a definition, or can you look it up right now? What is a gene?
That's what I got down. A
Cool.
unit of heredity of am I saying this word right?
Heredity?
Yeah, heredity, which is transferred from a parent to offspring and is held to define some characteristics of an offspring.
Cool. That is a long and kind of confusing definition, isn't it? Can you tell me in your own words, what do you think a gene is? So you told me it's a unit of heredity, which is transferred from parents to offspring. What was the last part? Holding characteristics or something?
Determine some characteristics of an offspring.
Okay. Okay, so in your own words, can you just tell me what that means?
They fit like genes. Okay, perfect example. My dad, he's tall. My mom, she's tall. I'm tall. So I got that genes, like that characteristics. And like my facial structure it's just like my father's, his facial structure is strong. So mine is strong. So that's like genes and characteristics. Am I right?
Okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you're totally right. So basically, I'm going to give you another definition that's just like a little bit simpler.
Okay.
So a gene is a specific segment of DNA. Okay, what's a segment mean? What does that word mean? Segment.
Specific segment, specific like section, like
Yeah.
person,
exactly.
like strand.
So let's write that instead. A specific section of DNA. So remember how up here we talked about how DNA is made of nucleotides, and it has, you talked about how like we have a similar like code, and you and I have a similar code, bananas share a similar code, trees share a code, like every living thing has some sort of pattern that their DNA is. Okay, so I'm just gonna write a pattern of letters, right? These would be nucleotides. So we have A, T, C, G, G, C, T, A, C, C, T, G. Okay, so I could go on and on and on. So DNA is really long, right? But each of these is a nucleotide. The A is a nucleotide, the T is a nucleotide, C is, okay, so this right here is a bunch of nucleotides all put together. Okay,
Right, correct.
Why am I telling you this? The reason I'm telling you this is because if this whole thing is DNA, then one section of it, like this right here, this is a gene. Okay, I could say also this section right here, this is a gene. Okay, so it's a section of DNA. It's a section of nucleotides. Okay, but the important thing is up here that you said it determines characteristics, right? So it's not just some random section of DNA. This gene right here might hold the code, like you said, for height. So this is going to determine if you're going to be tall, medium, or short, depending on the code that's within that section. Okay, maybe this gene right here codes for hair color. Okay, and so this little section, this ACC, is going to determine if you have black hair, if you have brown hair, if you have blonde hair, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so a gene is just a specific section of the DNA that holds the code for a certain characteristic or a certain trait. Okay. You following me, Coach Johnson?
I'm writing everything down.
Yeah, good. Just want to make sure. I wanted to pause and let you write some things down before we apply this.
I'm writing that down. Highlight it, like how you just highlighted it on your computer. We can't highlight it just because of the computer we're using, the type of computer. But
so maybe instead you can if you wrote like, here is the whole section of DNA, right? If this equals DNA, then you could say that ATCG, this equals a gene. Okay, and that gene codes for height. And then you could write in parentheses, tall, medium, short. Right, then you could say this one, ACC equals, so these are examples, right? EG means examples. So I'm giving you a couple examples of genes. So this would be a gene, would be for hair color, and then brown, black, etc.
just copying everything down.
That's good. That's good.
Miss Kaitlyn for helping me out, though. I really do, because without you, kind of wouldn't understand this.
Yo, you're doing all the work. I'm just providing those little links, but you're the one doing all the thinking. So.
Down. Okay, we good. Got that down.
Okay. So I want to relate this back to our original question of Pacific versus Atlantic salmon. Okay. So why do you think we're talking about this in this context? Why does it matter that genes exist? And how does that relate to the Pacific versus the Atlantic salmon? Like, why are we talking about genes?
Because like Pacific and Atlantic salmon are like, they basically share some of the same DNA and the same genes, right? Good. So they all come from the same common ancestor.
Okay. So, well, I guess we should say if they come from a common ancestor, then they will share, right? So, if
now that's going down in the same definition of genes.
Yeah. So yes, it is. So if they come from a common ancestor, the Pacific and Atlantic salmon will share some genes. Not all of their genes. They're not all going to have the exact same characteristics, but they are going to have some shared characteristics, right? And those shared characteristics come from having the same genes.
I'm getting it down.
Mm-hmm.
You keep going.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think we're good on this question. Let me just double check that this is what they're asking. Explain how the variation in proteins reflects changes in a species DNA. Okay, this is not at all what they're. Okay. Okay. So part of what they want you to answer, they have this question. I'm going to write it in red. It says, explain how variation in proteins reflect changes in a species' DNA. Okay, so they want us to answer this question. Explain how variation in proteins reflect changes in a species' DNA. So this is getting at something we haven't talked about yet. Do you see where they're asking this question, Coach Johnson? It's in the bolded part right above where the boxes are.
Right, I see.
You see it? Okay. So we have to, as part of our answer for the definition of a gene, we have to answer this question. Okay. So we have to relate genes back to this question. But this gets into territory that we haven't really talked about all that much. And that's this territory of proteins, right? It's including this word proteins. So before we apply it to this specific situation, let's just understand the concept as a whole, okay? So can you tell me, what do you know about proteins? Where have you heard this word before? I think you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Proteins, I heard it in like biology. I know like eggs, fish, that gives you protein.
Yeah. What else gives you protein?
Fruit.
Nope.
No.
Nice try though. Think about things that are similar to fish. What's another thing you could eat? Like if you were having fish as a main course, you could swap it out for what?
Oh, salmon. I mean, no, salmon is fish though, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, other seafood?
Yeah, what about meat though? Like the main course of a meal is often.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, meat, right? I mean, certain, some greasy meats, some greasy foods can give you protein.
That's true. You're right. So protein is a source of, basically it's a source of energy for our bodies. If we eat protein, then we get energy from it so we can move, but also it helps us build our muscles because our muscles are made of protein. So muscles are made of protein.
So let's go in the definition of gene too.
This is going to go in the definition of gene, but we have to understand the concept of proteins in order to understand how proteins relate to genes. Okay?
Okay, I'll see if I can. I don't know if I have enough. Let me see if I have enough. How I make more room.
Okay.
In this box, because I don't have a lot of room in this box. Right here.
While he's writing that, we're talking about proteins right now, which we're starting to get into like the nutrition realm, right? What we eat, that's like nutrition. And speaking of which, next week, I'm going to go on Miss Simone's session and talk about some nutrition. So that's going to be super, super fun. And so if you have nutrition questions, send them to Miss Simone and then we can talk about those. I think I'm going to be on Monday at 10. So if you want to join in, Monday at 10, we're talking about food, talking about nutrition, what we need to keep our bodies healthy, those kinds of things. So tune in for that. All right, Charlotte, you ready?
I don't know how to make more. Let me show you what I have.
Can you
can you just write notes down by hand or open it on, open maybe a Word document?
Okay, let me see. Because they have the project in the Word document aspect too, but
Okay.
it's like when you pull it up, it looks bunched up. So let me see.
Okay.
Well, sorry. Again.
I'm gonna do some rearranging while you're finding it.
I mean, it's in a Word document, but it look bunched up together.
Okay.
Like, right format.
Do you have a piece of paper that you can maybe just jot some notes down?
Yep.
Or can you take notes in an empty Word document?
The empty Word document. That's better for me.
Yeah. Cool.
But what I'm writing copy down, do this have to go inside the question? Because matter of fact, I can just add both of them too. So
Not all of this needs to go inside the question. So we have to learn the concept first, and then we'll answer the question specifically, and I'll tell you what to put in that box, okay?
Got
So
you.
these are just some background notes to make sure we understand what we're talking about.
Got you.
Okay?
Got you.
Okay. So we're talking about proteins because we have this question, explain how variation in proteins reflect changes in a species' DNA. So we need to understand what this word proteins is so that we can apply it, okay? So we're talking about proteins. So we named some foods that have protein in them. The main foods are eggs, meat, beans, and nuts. And fish also have some proteins in them, okay? So we can eat. Okay, this is a very, 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 very important piece that we're getting to. Things that are made out of protein, okay? We know that muscles are made out of protein. There are basically everything in our bodies is made of protein, okay? Your muscles are, your skin is, your fingernails and your toenails. Those are all made of proteins, okay? Your hair is made of proteins. The cells that make up your body, like your body is made up of millions and millions of cells, those have proteins in them. So every single component, every single piece of your whole entire body has proteins in it. Okay, so this is what I'm getting at. Your whole body is made of proteins. So proteins are really, 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 really important. This is what I'm trying to get at. Proteins are super important. But the question here is, if all of these things are made of protein, why don't they all look the same? Right? Because they're all made of this thing we're calling a protein. So if it's made of a protein, why do they not look the same? And the reason is because each type of protein is made from a different section of DNA, a different gene, right? So you have a gene, let's call it gene number 1, and maybe this is ACTG. That's the code. Gene number 1 has the code for your muscles. Okay. Gene number 2, which let's say is TTTT. This one might have the DNA for your skin. Okay. gene number 3, which is CGCG, might have the DNA that codes for your hair. Okay, so you can see that even though they're all made out of proteins, all of these things are made out of proteins, because they have a different code, different genes, then they look different and they have different functions. Okay. The way that I like to think about it is that DNA is like a recipe, and then proteins are like food that you make from the recipe, right? So you could take a bunch of ingredients. You could, I guess, DNA is the recipe or the ingredients. So you could take a bunch of different ingredients and put them together and get a food. Okay? But you could take a different amount of those ingredients and like switch them up and switch the order in which you add them, and you would get a different type of food. So even though it's still made out of flour, water, eggs, and sugar, you could have a bread or you could have a cookie, right? Even though they're made of the same recipe, the same ingredients. Okay, so the way that you put them together and the amounts that you put them together is going to give you a different thing. Okay, and you might, like, let's say that one recipe uses only water and flour. That's going to give you one thing. But if you add on water, flour, sugar, eggs, butter, milk, all those things, then you get a cookie, you get something else. Okay, so it's the combination and it's the number of ingredients that you add, or the combination of these letters and the number of letters that you have, the number of nucleotides, that's going to give you a certain protein. Okay. Okay, Coach Johnson, what questions do you have?
As far as this right here?
Yep.
None right now. I'm actually see, I'm getting what you're saying. DNA recipe, protein, food, gene 1, gene 2, gene 3. Oh yeah, gene 2. You can say how you have TT. So that's still like that's still classified as a gene, even though all of it is the same, correct?
Yep, that's a good question. Yeah, even though they're all the same thing, it's still a gene. In reality, a gene is never just going to be 4 letters. A gene is going to be like 5,000 letters, right? Because a strand of DNA is really, 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 really long. But to simplify it, we're just using a few letters, right? We don't have to know the exact code. Okay. Okay. Okay, so here's this question then. Explain how variation in proteins reflect changes in species DNA. Explain how variation in proteins reflect changes in species DNA. Okay, first thoughts, Coach Johnson, what do you think of this question? Or like, what is it asking?
Let me type it down. Let me look at it on my computer as well. Reflect changes.
Kaitlyn, while he typing that, with this DNA, is that how they able to do like paternity tests using DNA? Like, because it's so many, so they say, okay, out of 5,000, like 4,900 or something were a match. Is that how they determine it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So they basically look at, and we actually get to that in the next part of this lesson of telling who is related. But basically, yeah, they can look at the sequence of your DNA. So they can look at the pattern, right? And they can see, does it match up with this man and this woman, right? And if it does, then you know that those have to be the parents. So
Wow.
a certain amount of that code has to match up.
Wow, this is interesting. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I didn't. That's different. Okay.
Yeah.
So the question: explain how variation in protein reflects changes in a species DNA. Explain how variations in protein reflects changes in a species. I didn't understand that. Let me read it one more time.
So let's try to rephrase the question.
Yeah, that's about. So explain how variations in protein reflect changes in species. Like, I hate when they try to give us these questions and these trick questions to try to like trick us, but then when the question really is like so simple, like just please skip a simple question, please.
Explain how variation in protein. I know this is a confusing question. Explain how variation in proteins reflect.
If you don't know what the word variation means,
what does the word variation mean?
That's a good question. Let me see. Let me look that up. Variation. A change or difference in condition, amount, or level, typically with certain limits.
Okay. So so instead of variation, we could say changes.
Okay, what changes in protein reflect changes in a species' DNA?
How do changes in proteins reflect changes in a species' DNA?
Can you see a question again? So I write that down, take that down.
Mm-hmm. Explain how changes in proteins reflect changes in a species' DNA. We just changed the word variation to changes.
Okay, okay.
So okay. So if I was going to rephrase this question, I'm going to keep it kind of open-ended. I'm going to say, when there are changes in DNA, what happens to proteins?
Got it. When there are changes in DNA, what happens to protein? Ooh. I mean, really, nothing really happens to protein because protein really don't have like a special look or a special like thing. Like, so like, we are different humans. So like my dad can eat the best, eat so healthy and be good and get the right protein he need. And I can be me where I can stay in the house and not eat fish and not eat eggs and stuff like that. And I have the worst protein, but we're still the same person because our DNA. We're not the same person, but we're still related because our DNA. So when it's changing your DNA, it is really, there's nothing really happens to your protein because it's all about what you consume in your body, right?
Cool. Yeah. So you have a lot in that answer. One thing that I want to say is totally, totally true is that when you eat really, really healthy or you don't eat healthy at all or whatever, your proteins aren't really going to change. The reason for that is because you yourself cannot change your own DNA.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
But I'm going to give you an example. So so skin cancer exists. Skin cancer is a thing, right?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. So when skin cancer happens, basically what happens is one thing that can happen is like if you have a mole, right? Or a birthmark, like a mole on your skin, what happens is that mole starts to grow. Okay? That mole starts to grow. Part of the reason why that happens is because UV light is something that's like sunlight, right? Or tanning beds.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Listen.
UV light can change DNA.
Write that down. So I take that down.
You don't have to write it down. I'm just explaining it.
Gotcha.
UV light changes your DNA. And when it changes your DNA, it causes changes to your proteins.
So you saying right now, right? If I was like 2 years old and my mom for some reason didn't know who my dad was, you know, and I was under a UV light type of thing, right? That it could have changed my DNA from my father's, and then when they like take the test and stuff, and they find out that he's not my father, but he's really my father. Like, is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. And the reason for that, remember, it comes back to what we were talking about up here, where there are different genes that code for different proteins, right? So the UV light specifically changes the proteins in your skin. So it's not going to change your muscles or your hair. Like, there's going to be enough of your DNA that you'll be able to track it back to your dad. It changes only a very small part of it. And the other thing is that it doesn't happen all the time. It happens randomly. That says randomly. That doesn't.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm like confused to like whereas though of the point where it's like you said change DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said it's only changing a little part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'll still be able to like trace back to my biological dad and stuff, but it'll be like it won't be like 100%. It'll be like a 97, 98.
Yep, but it's not. It doesn't. Okay. Yes, you're right. And the reason for this is because remember that I said that DNA is like thousands and thousands of nucleotides long. So it's A, T, T, A, C, A, G, 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 C, 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 all the way. It's thousands and thousands, okay? These random changes to DNA happen anyway. Like, they don't just happen from UV light. Sometimes they just happen randomly because your body makes mistakes. And when you have a random change in DNA, this actually has a name. It's called a mutation. Okay, so your body has a bunch of these mutations, very, very small. Like, it could be one letter different. It could be the difference between an A and a C, just one single letter out of all of the thousands of letters. And that one single letter could cause you to have skin cancer. But 99.999% of your genes and your DNA is still the same. So you'll still be able, when they're looking on like paternity tests, they're not looking for 100%, they're looking for like 99.99%.
So
right? They're accounting for those small changes that are happening.
So I understand what you're saying. I got one more question. Mm-hmm. Can it change to the point where it can change into somebody else's DNA?
No.
No.
Yeah, I've never heard of that happening.
Okay. So I'm sorry. I just gotta understand.
Keep going. This is interesting.
So like, that's how you determine cousins. Like, say for instance, if me and Miss Joni have the same type of DNA pattern, but not all the way the same, it's like one letter around different, and then me and you have the same type of DNA, and then there's one letter different. Like, do we all? Is that how you determine that we're cousins without like knowing our background history and stuff? Because we all have like some of the same DNA.
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy right there, boy. That's like, crazy.
You and your cousins are going to share more DNA than you and me, right? So they'll be able to identify who is in your family based on the fact that you have more DNA in common with each other.
And can DNA also be like your personality and the way you act and stuff like that too?
Somewhat. They don't really know. The short answer is they don't really know. The longer answer is they think that it could be part of your DNA, but also part of like how you grow up. They call it the environment, right? So like who you interact with on a daily basis and how you were treated as a baby and all of those types of things will impact your personality.
See, that's why me and Taylor cousins, because we act just alike and we got the same type of DNA. I learned way more in this hour session than I learned in weeks in school. I swear to God, that is wow. You can really like track your wow. Yo, you should be a teacher. You should be a biology teacher. I'm telling you. Like, you should go to school for this. I'm telling you, laughing, but I'm so dead serious. Like I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like I'm so dead serious right now. Like
Coach Johnson, I was a biology teacher.
Why you stop?
I don't know.
What's the life for you? Wow.
But I appreciate the compliments.
No, for real. Just like I done learned a lot in this 1 hour session that I learned in 2 weeks in school.
I'm glad. You're making me blush. Okay. Let's finish this off because we just have a couple more minutes. Okay, so let's summarize what we know. So this is explain the variation in proteins, how the variation in proteins reflects changes in a species' DNA. So the answer here is if you change a species' DNA, and then in parentheses, I'm going to write their genes, right? Then you change their proteins. Okay, so this is like our main, this is basically what we learned today, right? If you change something's DNA, then you're going to end up changing its proteins. I'm going to add a sentence here that brings it back to kind of brings it all together. If you change its proteins.
I'm writing this down, like boy. And, sorry. Can you like everything that you did? Can you like send that over to me, please, today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely can. So let me finish the sentence really quick. So If you change a species DNA or its genes, then you change its proteins. If you change its proteins, you change its physical characteristics. Okay, so if I change the proteins in my body, then maybe I'll have skin cancer. If I change the proteins in my hair, right? If I could do that, which I can't, but if I could, then I could change it and maybe my hair would grow a different color or a different texture, right? If I could change my DNA, I could make myself have a different skin color, right? Those are not possible, but that's what happens. If you change something's DNA, then you change its proteins. And if you change its proteins, then it affects their physical characteristics.
Wow. I tell you, boy. I'm telling you, I don't know why you quit. Because you is the bomb.
You're the bomb, Coach Johnson.
Oh, no. You're the bomb. Because like, I bet anybody else on the session right now that's watching can agree that you are one of the top biology teachers in the United States of America right now.
Wow, that's quite the compliment.
Real. If you change the species DNA / or genes, then you can change their proteins. If you change their proteins, you can change. If you change their proteins, if you change his proteins, I don't got that messed up.
It doesn't matter. Say they or it's, it doesn't matter.
If you change their protein, it's protein. If you change its proteins, okay, I wrote it down twice. Okay, that's what I did.
You change its proteins, you change its physical characteristics.
Wow. Got it. Cool. Yes. Cool. So that's the answer to the question.
That is the answer. That's the second part. What I just wrote in red is the second part of what you need to put into the second box, the definition of a gene.
Wow. Yeah, that's dope.
Okay, and then remember, I think you already wrote the first part, but the first part.
No, I actually didn't finish writing the first part, so that's why can you send it to me?
Yeah, I will send it to you, and you can summarize it, okay?
Okay.
Cool. All right. Cool, cool. Biology is life. I love it. All right. Well, if you want, you can come back on Friday since, or Maya might be coming on too, but whoever's going to come on, just tell Miss Joni and send me your work ahead of time so that I can know what I'm talking about. And Shala, we can talk about the third bullet point if you want on Friday. And we can talk about that next part, but you have to do the simulation. You know what I'm talking about?
The one where, yeah, I don't have the simulation. How do you do that? Sketch or print a screenshot out?
See that link? You have to go to that link and do the activity first, and then you'll be able to do the second part.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do the simulation this probably tomorrow or the end of the day.
Okay.
And I'll come back on Friday, and we can do the rest of the bullet points. Is that okay?
Yeah,
or I hit you.
Sounds good to me.
Awesome. Okay, and I have to get to my session too. So
okay, go. Have a great session.
I'll see y'all later.
All right. Bye, Coach.
Bye.
Thank you, Miss Kaitlyn. See you, Coach Johnson. Amazing, man. You blowing up, yo. You blowing your academics, man. I appreciate it.
Level.
All right, I'm gonna get this work together and send it to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Miss Joni. I'll see you on Friday.
All right, I see you Friday. Hey, y'all, don't we love our Miss Kaitlyn? I told y'all, yo, she getting people on grade level. So whatever work y'all need, send me your work. I'm going to send it to Miss Kaitlyn, and you can hop on. We can get it done. Easy peasy, just like that. But thank y'all so much for rocking with us today. Cam, you enjoy the rest of your day too. Y'all, we had an amazing day. I'm gonna post the thing that Mr. Williams sent me so y'all can connect with Mr. Williams. Please make sure y'all blow his inbox up, letting him know how much y'all appreciate him, and just show him some love. Like, we really got to show him some love because he came through today. But y'all already know what it is, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Success sessions, that's where you want to be. You want to be successful? This is where you need to be. You want to learn, you want to grow, this is where you need to be. You want opportunities, you want to level up in life, this is where you need to be. So I'll see y'all tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. And for everybody that's joining us for Winning Wednesdays with Miss England, we'll be back here in a few hours at 6 o'clock. From 6 to 7 with Miss England for Winning Wednesdays. So, all right, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. I'll see y'all tomorrow.